Yo, I'm your host, Armando, and welcome to another show of Open Topics. So I see that Mr. Sacco's here. So, the topic is, who's going to go and miss TikTok? I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to really miss TikTok. I might miss the instructional videos where it talks about construction or how to do certain stuff easy. But me personally, I'm not going to miss TikTok. And I'm going to tell you why. Because in my time in TikTok, there was a whole bunch of collective racism within my collective, the Dominican collective. They're the ones to go around and say that they could take your Dominican card or that you're a traitor and all this other crap. And me personally, I'm not going to really miss TikTok because of that. Because I hate to say it, TikTok has a plethora of idiots. So it's not really going to affect me. And if it does, all I have to do is switch my VPN to another country. So a lot of people are not talking about that. They're like, OMG, TikTok, this, that. No, if you got a VPN, just switch to another country. That's it. Hey, Hope, how you doing? So, this is one thing that I'm just saying because of, what have you. Let's be honest. I'm not going to miss TikTok at all. I hear that lemonade is a thing, so let's see. Salute to Irby. So, I'm going to make sure that this is the most comfortable spot that you could actually listen to. You could actually listen to my voice, my opinions, and maybe my facts. But mostly, this is a place that we could all have fine and chill time. where you got people who are not poopy individuals making lies about you. And you don't have a lot of idiots that love to call the cops when their feelings get hurt. Let's be real. So this is the type of space that I actually run. And the people that they don't support me, I don't care. Let's be honest. I'm not for everybody. That's why I'm married. So it is what it is. Yo, Serby, what do you think about the TikTok ban? You think it's going to affect your well-being? Is it affecting freedom of speech? Or you think that the United States is doing the right thing by doing this? Yo, one thing I gotta say is shout out to any of my international viewers. Shout out to anybody from Singapore, India, Hong Kong, and UK and Australia. I hope all is well this new year. And this year, I might try to get some footage of Chinese New Year's celebrations in New York and Philadelphia. So I'll be scheduling some new content regarding those two festivals in New York and Philadelphia. All right, so now this is for all my New Yorkers. This is one thing I don't care about. Why is it? Maybe it's a Harlem or Bronx. I mean, I'm from the Bronx, right? So why is it that everybody is making like something serious out of novella? And if people don't know what a novella is, that's like a Spanish soap opera, right? That Jim Jones and Cameron are beefing after an interview that Cameron did with 50 Cent, clowning Jim Jones. Now I guess Jim Jones and Cameron traded some insults. But let's be honest. Why is it that we care about what two old men think? And I'm saying old, because they're older than me, of course. They might be younger than me because these guys are actually the gym. So my thing is this: why is it that we care so much about Cameron and Jim Jones and why they're beefing and the reason they're beefing? That's like people caring about Remy Ma and Pat Brooks. I mean, most of the people that care about that are not even in their tax bracket. So before anybody try to bring news and everybody wants to say their opinion, Let's put it like this. The people that can say their opinion are in that world. What I mean is the entertainment world. If you haven't done anything as far as entertainment, or if you're not in media, and then on top of it, if you're not in on board meetings concerning Papoose, Remy Ma, or Jim Jones or Cameron, why should we care? I mean, it's ludicrous. But one thing I do say though, that a lot of people just put up, shout out to Rocksteady and Freddie about Jim Jones. That most of the people that actually been around Jim Jones, for some inordinate reason, they always get locked up or they always get caught in the jam. I mean, me personally, if I was to actually be around in a position with Jim Jones, I don't think I'll be around that guy, because for some reason, people will be doing the most around him, and then he'll be getting in jail. Well, not him, per se, but I'm saying people around him either be serving lengthy sentences because of stuff that he could have prevented. Case in example, the deletion of a young boy. So the story goes that there was a young boy in Jersey that he wanted to go and make some money. So he went to sell some mixtapes up in Harlem. So somebody approached him, I guess, who was affiliated with the Dipset. Push comes to shove. The young man, an old guy, tried to bully the young boy. And technically, the young boy did his plea in defense. So, the older man went and contacted somebody and they boomed the young boy, unaliving him. And what was the death for? So Dipset mixtape in Harlem, trying to get his money. And the guy who was convicted of that deletion, from my knowledge, just came home. So he did all of that, and then he got shout out on Instagram for quote unquote keeping it real. When you got a young man deleted and he lost his life, that's bad word. How they say up in New York. Another thing is John. I don't know what happened to her, but a lot of people are saying that Jim Jones might have had a bad contract. But then again, I don't know. And then you have somebody who was affiliated with Jim Jones that got locked up doing the Snitch 9 case. So, with that said, if you've seen a lot of people get arrested around you, maybe it's on time to actually change your business practices, your way of life, and try not to get people into bad situations where they have to get locked up. But what do I know? I'm just calling it how I see it. Yep. Thank you. And God bless you too. Rock Steady, Miss Rock Steady. Frank Cali, how you doing? Welcome to the show. So, this is just open topics where we talk about anything and everything. Well, I guess the most interesting topics. And before I actually had this show, I was watching a podcast about the name of Julian Dory. He went up and he was talking about how certain companies that we actually like, which I guess Porsche or something like that, Porsche, Benz, and everything. How these Germany Fortune 500 companies actually have a history due to the Nazi past and whatsoever. So it was very interesting how this Dutch guy actually broke down the history on how certain people didn't even get really convicted for the atrocities that actually happened in World War II. So where you from, Frank? Hold on right there. Let's see. so how's everything up in Cali, Frank? Let's see. I mean, I hope that you ain't caught where where that tragedy happened and of people losing their homes and everything like that to those wildfires. So, for anybody that lost their property or were unalive by those fires, my prayers is with y'all. Yeah, I think. I mean, I got a relative, and they say he's good. Thank God, because they're saying that there's some bad stuff that's going on. Like, okay, I know that there's South Cali, Southern California, and then there's Northern California. But what goes on in Central California? I just want to know. Because I've never been to California a day in my life. And I heard it's super expensive, but what's funny? Frank, I've heard that too. I've heard a rumor saying that those fires were set to burn evidence during the Diddler case. Now I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, you have certain people in social media saying that, and then certain people were saying that all this is happening, so therefore they can make a new city within Los Angeles. I'm like, wow, that joint. That's one thing that I've actually heard. Newsco, I mean, I heard he's like the worst governor in California, next to Kathy Hochul in New York. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You have like a whole epidemic of crime and all the stuff that's happening in California. People who are being homeless. But don't you know that if you have more people who are actually reporting on it and everything like that, and these elites are not doing nothing. Don't the elites want this city to actually look good? I don't get it. Maybe I won't get it, so And if Donald Trump, when he becomes president, I want to see what he's going to do to tackle the opioid crisis within the city. Because let's be honest, everybody could be Democrat, everybody could be Republican, right? But guess what? The opioid crisis look like it's here to stay, unless we do something about it. So, the way I see it, I don't know what's going to be the answer. What's your thoughts about that, Frank? Yeah, I heard. Wow. Interesting. great for California. Yeah, I've been hearing that too. Yeah, I've been hearing that if I'm using these buzzwords and everything like that, I'm using it because of YouTube because even though I'm not monetized yet, I don't want certain videos that I make to be struck down and stuff because of terms that the YouTube censors do not like. Wow. Mm. Yeah, I've heard this too. Let's see. Mhm. Well, apparently, if you got a VPN, they can't really stop you. Let's see. Uh, yep. It's like you have to be careful, but yet you have certain people that can make part jokes all day. So I don't know. Wow. Well, just to let you know, Frank, I made you the new moderator of the. I gave you the wrench, so you're one of the new moderators of this chat. So one thing I gotta say for anybody who subscribes and everything, for my first 1,000, I just want to have 1,000 moderators. So I'm on that road. Yeah. Yes, it is, Rocksteady. Yes, it is. All right, so I'm seeing that a lot of people are being emotional because of certain stuff, right? They're saying that they want to try to cancel certain celebrities because of their proposed allegiance for Trump. All right, but this is one thing that a lot of people don't understand. America runs on business. So let's just say, in a perfect world, if Kamala had won, right? How many people would have been jumping for Kamala as rappers who are actually voting for Trump? Hey T, how you doing? Yep, patience is a virtue. All right. Yo, how you doing, Pete? I'm doing a late night talk, so this is almost everybody from the aggressive crew. So everybody from the aggressive crew, say hi to my co-host for Wednesday, the martial arts edition, Senpai Pete, or aka Pete K Darkness. Saludo, hermano, ¿cómo está? Oh yeah, you must be cooking those Johnny Kekes, man. Shoot, that's what's up. Yeah. So that's one thing. So let's just politicize something for a moment. And I'm just gonna say this. So Republicans in the beef between Republicans and Democrats, right? Would you classify that as a hairy versus shaved competition? I'm just being honest because there's certain people in this U.S. of A. that like it hairy, and then you got certain people that like it shaved. And I'm not talking about anything vulgar or anything like that. I'm just talking about people and their hygiene. So certain people, they was like, oh, they like Democrats because they keep it hairy. But then you have certain people who are Republicans, and they be like, okay, we like the old style America back, and we like it hairy. So, do you think that this election has been hairy versus shaved debate, or decency versus ratchet debate? You could actually comment on the chat. So, I'm just putting it out there because think about it. You got certain people who are, amoral, but yet but you got amoral people who actually support Trump, and then you got amoral people that support the Democratic Party. So I think after this election, the Democratic Party is not going to recoup. What's your thoughts about that? Hey, Kim. All right, Pete. Yeah, I agree. Authorized personnel. It was not even funny.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, I
Let's
was
see.
editing a video.
All right,
Not around.
got you. I mean, me personally, I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna have like my real open topics panel, because sometimes I actually do something about the Dominican music, and then on Wednesday I talk about the martial arts. So
Yeah.
this is just I guess something that I just have a feel for everybody that could talk or whatsoever. But other than that, how's everything with you, AP?
Well, we got 15 inches of snow last week, and then it froze, and then it rained, and then it froze again. So I've been skating on ice all day. I'm about to whip out the flamethrower, just fucking hose everything down.
Got you. And which state do you live at, if you don't mind me asking?
Midwest, I'll say that.
All right, got you. That is one region I've never been to. I do have a lot of family that live out there, but I never really been to the Midwest.
Yeah. It's a pain in the ass, especially if you live on a farm.
I mean, yeah. So in the Midwest, what type of farms do they have? Is it just pigs, or is this livestock also, like cows and sheep?
If you're talking about like farming, it's corn and soybean. But if you're talking about livestock, it's cows and goats.
Cows and goats, okay.
Yeah, cows and goats. But if you're talking about like actual farming, it's corn and soybean.
Got you. So I never been in a farm. I've been to farms when I was a kid. But how's the farming economy is now from like maybe back in the day? Let's just say in like the 1970s, or from stories that you've heard.
So let's just use Illinois for an example, right?
All right.
There have been several bills passed to split the state of Illinois in half, because all of the laws that are passed in Illinois, they're specifically targeted towards Chicago, because Chicago's a problem. And
all right,
if you split it half, like right at the state capitol, the majority of that land south is all farmland. The majority of the state where they get their internal like resources, like vegetables and shit like that, when it comes to like state intercommerce shit like that, it all comes from Southern Illinois. Northern Illinois doesn't do shit. It's all populated and stuff like that. But the reason they switch from corn to soybean is because if you just farm one vegetable all the time, you increase your likelihood of having disease and blight in your crop. So it's like if you fertilize the soil, you do all that stuff, you run cows, the cows eat the dead plants and the dead corn stalks and all that shit, right? But if you don't alternate the species of vegetable that you're farming, you will get things like blight that'll just wipe out your entire crop.
Wow. Interesting. I never knew that aspect of it. So the farms like in the Midwest, is it still American owned, or
privately owned? Usually the people that farm the land farm it themselves. They don't have like extra people that come in to farm it for them.
All right. Because I've always heard, I don't know if it's like a propaganda statement or something like that. They're saying that foreign entities are actually buying the land and
Yeah,
we
like
should be
China.
very careful. Or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, if they're buying up the land and everything like that, and controlling the cops. Now, I don't know crap about farming or anything like that. So, what would like a first-time farmer? What would he invest in that that will be like maybe that will be a major cash crop in the future, other than soybean and corn? In your opinion, maybe?
If you were to buy a combine right now, it's about $100,000 for a good combine, and that combine can maybe farm a couple miles of land at a time for one season.
All right. Right.
There's a big industry around, like John Deere and shit like that, right? And
right.
Basically, if you were to set up your own farm and you purchase land, you'd have to save up enough money to be able to buy the equipment to farm the land. That's the combine, the sorters, and then you'd have to have people to run all the machinery as well. But usually when it comes to like the local farms and stuff like that, they don't hire outside people. It's all family doing it. Because that's how they live. That's how they made their money.
All right. Yeah, because I was thinking, like, right. I was actually thinking, not as far as here, but I was thinking about making my own farm, overseas. Preferably the Dominican Republic.
So, like the best way to.
So
it's all about. That's
location. Why I was like, I don't know anything about farming. I would love to make a sheep farm. So at least if we have sheep and everything like that, I could actually have a lot of wool. I guess.
Yeah, sell the wool and all that shit.
Imported to the United States or whatever.
Well, there's like several factors when it comes into raising livestock. Okay, well, it depends on like the location.
Okay,
right? The location matters.
Yeah.
How the environment.
See. Like, okay, if because I know that. Right.
You got to do location. You have to do space for them to be able to roam. You have to be able to protect against predators as well. So like coyotes, minks, foxes, shit like that. I've raised about maybe
in Dominican Republic, not
20 patches of chicken so far, and each one's been like 30 to 40, and that's why you don't name animals that are livestock animals, because they're gonna die eventually. So if you form an emotional attachment to your livestock like that, you're not gonna be able to eventually either eat them for food or sell them off to somebody.
Right.
It's like a whole different mindset between like a pet and a livestock animal, because when it's a pet, you care about the pet. You don't want to see the pet go, and yeah, sure, you'll do anything to protect it. But when it comes down to like, you have to either sell it to a butcher or butcher it yourself. You can't do it because of that emotional attachment you have to it.
All right. So, AP, like in the Midwest, right? do the financially protected class. I do not want to say the name because I don't want to get demonetized forever. But you know who I'm talking about. Do they have forums in the Midwest as well, or that's somewhere else?
So what you're thinking of is more like the true Midwest, like the middle of the country, Wyoming, like the plains area, right? And
yeah,
the fact is that the people that owned that land before had owned that land for generations and generations,
right.
and they just sold it off to get a quick buck so they could retire and do something else, like probably go live in Florida in a fucking condo for old people. You know what I mean? So it's like, yes, they put in the work, but they see the quick dollar and they're like, oh, that's better than actually, continuing to keep it in the family, so to speak.
Right. Trying to get lucky strategy here. I don't know what the heck is going on. I'm still trying to work this Firefox.
Are you on a Mac?
No, I'm actually on a PC.
Why are you using Firefox on a PC?
Yeah, because it's like, all right, because I was using Google Chrome, right? But then when I was using Google Chrome, the problem that was actually persistent was that, okay, that I couldn't go and talk to it's like I'm talking, but yeah, I can hear the other person.
Okay.
Oh, wow. So I just went up and I downloaded Firefox because, and then I was able to hear.
Yeah.
But then,
I would recommend trying out Opera. It's a browser called Opera. There's a lot of customizations to it, and it's basically just like Google Chrome, except for it offers more features, and it's not so monitored by Google,
Right. So, it was like Google Chrome, and then that started messing up. I'm like, and then only just started messing up like it was just like maybe a few weeks ago or something like that. But it was running on smoothly, on my phone and on the laptop. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do this more on the laptop. But then after a while, it was just that,
a lot of the issues that come with Chrome. A lot of the issues that come with Chrome is like permissions mostly. If the permissions aren't set up right for each website, you can't hear anything, you can't talk. Microphone's not allowed. Everything else like that. It's a very specific thing. Like if you get on your phone, you go on StreamYard, it says Google Chrome would like to use your microphone, and it gives you like the only this time, always use, and then like the third option, which is like the trust this website option. And if you don't select anything, then it'll just block it.
Right. I mean, like when I'm on the phone with Chrome, because I'm Android, I don't have no problems with it. It's just that when I guess it's with my laptop, so I don't know what it is. So that's why I went up and I used Firefox. But then the only problem that I have with managing Firefox is that yesterday I was trying to actually play my cousin's video, but yet every time that I went up and I tried to be present, they didn't have the Chrome slot, and I couldn't go and play my cousin's video the way that I wanted to on my platform last night. So it is what it is. Yo, Lucky, how you doing?
She said hi earlier.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. So is it true Mr. Taco was in here?
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he came in earlier. He just says, "Hey, Don." I'm like, "All right." Now I don't know what's going on with y'all and Mr. Sacco. I mean, I've been in AP stuff, but then it was like, okay, I don't know what happened, and then the whole Willie thing happened. So,
Well, all I want to tell you is just be careful with him. I'm not going to tell you can't talk to him, whatever. Just be careful with him because he's a snake. How he knew about your life is weird. The fact that he's on every platform that we're getting on with people is weird. He's an attention getter, and he creeps on women, and it's weird. And if you hear me, yes, I said that because I got my receipts, and so do the other ladies are. He's a weirdo. So just be careful. I'm not saying you can't, hang out, talk to him, but just be careful and protect your safe space around this guy. So.
Got you.
But other than that, it's hello again. Hey, AP. AP, I had a question for you. I'm trying to use my Samsung and smart view it through my laptop, but I can't seem to do that.
So, what kind of laptop do you have?
Oh shit! You would ask me that. Hold on, let me find out exactly what it is. Hold on.
I'm an IT guy.
I know it's got Windows 11 on it. Yeah. I know. I knew you were gonna ask that. Hold on.
Yeah, I got AP laptop. AP.
HP.
And then when I went up yeah.
When it comes to choosing laptops, all it comes down to is what are you going to be doing on the laptop? Are you going to be working? Are you going to be gaming? Are you going to be doing like live streams and stuff like that? Because there are certain laptops that have better qualities when it comes to the features that they include. But the thing that you want to focus on is, so the CPU is the brain of the computer. This is how fast the computer can operate, right? The GPU, which most laptops don't have a dedicated GPU, is the graphics processor. So this is more for gaming. The RAM is an important part because the random access memory is basically a cache. So like, if you ever feel like you're like in your system, like in File Explorer, and you feel like it's lagging, that's mostly a RAM problem. Because that is the computer trying to process different folders at the same time, and the random access memory allows it to quickly bring it up. Personally, for me, I would go for a desktop, but I'm not a laptop user. I don't like laptops mostly because of the trackpad and little bugs like that. I like a full-fledged PC if I'm gonna do a PC thing.
So I've got a Surface Windows 11.
Yeah, I mean, me personally. I have like an old PC, but the thing is though, I think I need to make it a new one and the thing is though, I guess I might have to, it was like an old compact, but the thing is though, I had to get it remade and everything like that, so therefore I might try to use that for when I stream in the future and such. But I'm just using my laptop now because
so
I've only been like a really serious content creator for 2 years, to tell you the truth.
Hey, to be honest, bro, I started making videos back in February 2024. Like, wow. I ain't been in the game that long, but the thing the thing with laptops is, like, you have to consider that with the laptop, you have to take the laptop apart and find compatible parts like that. With the desktop, you can just upgrade it as long as it's compatible with the motherboard.
Yeah.
All right.
Like where I started out at, it was a pre-built gaming computer, right? It had very low specs. I took everything out of it, I installed
Alright.
all new shit inside of it. I put a new cooler in it, new motherboard, new RAM,
Alright.
new CPU, shit like that. And
Got you.
it could have just been me because I was going to school at the time for IT and network security. But for me, a solid desktop, even if it's like an enclosed like HP desktop tower, you can still upgrade that. You can still take the side cover off and put new RAM in it, install a new CPU and things like that. But with a laptop, you can't really do that.
So I can't view my phone on my laptop?
You can, but it depends because when you use Smart View, you have to have both counts like synced up.
Right, with the Wi-Fi?
Well, it's more of like a it's more of like a like if you were to talk about it like from Google Remote Desktop, like I did that one time to your computer, right? That had my Gmail account connected to your Gmail account, allowing me to remote view the computer. If two things aren't synced up, like one permission isn't granted on one side when it is on the other, it won't work.
See, because I tried looking up a Smart View from Samsung, but it won't. When I did download it, it's just allowed me to connect it to my TV. But there's no apps that's going to be connected to Samsung or Google that's not an off third-party brand, that's going to make me do that without running apps through it.
There was a program. Let me see if I can find it real quick. So there's like, what are you trying to do with the phone on the computer? Are you just trying to show something, or are you trying to like operate the phone from the computer?
No, because sometimes where I'm at, the internet, the Wi-Fi drops from the connection, but I want to use my phone because I have really, really great service and unlimited internet that I can just go ahead and mirror from my phone to the laptop. So I don't have to depend always on the Wi-Fi if it drops or something. Like the last couple of days, the Wi-Fi has been kind of weird. And then my phone runs fine when I watch everything on my phone, and I want to be able to watch it from my phone to my laptop if that happens. And my laptop turns into a tablet, so I can just remove the keyboard and just look at it, like a. Because I normally would do it on my TV, but I accidentally was cleaning and broke my TV by accident and dropped it and hit the corner. So being frugal not to buy TV right now, but I will. But for right now, I want to use my PC.
Does your Surface have an HDMI port on it?
It does.
So there's a program. You can buy a USB to HDMI, and you can just project the screen onto the laptop. But there's another program that I was looking for where you can control the phone also.
Do they make it? Do they make HDMI to a C? Because mine is a C.
Yeah,
okay.
HDMI to USB-C, yeah.
Okay.
You go on Amazon and buy one.
Okay, good. Okay. And you know what? I was reading that, and it said I needed to get an HDMI because I don't want to get the Chromecast. I just want to use my Smart View, but it said to get the HDMI, and I'm like, do they even have the HDMI to a C charger? But okay, you've confirmed it for me, so I'll just grab one tomorrow then. Because of the snowstorm we're gonna get, I know that the Wi-Fi might go glitchy and shit, but my cell phone service won't. So I want to be able to mirror my cell phone to my laptop and still be able to use and be able to watch what I want to watch.
Yeah.
Good night, Cam.
I'm reading something right now. Hold on.
You're good.
Activate each one.
Thanks, Pete.
So
Trying
there,
to,
there's a program called Samsung Flow.
okay, I've
it
seen
has
that.
a-
Okay.
Yeah. If you use that and you have a smart view and you have the devices paired together, you can broadcast your phone onto your PC.
Okay, so that Samsung Flow I can use without the HDMI cord.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect then. Because with SmartView, you got to have an HDMI. With Chrome, you got to have an HDMI. And I saw the Samsung Flow, but I didn't know if it was third party or not.
Yeah.
I always try to stick
So
to the
if
brand
you're-
name because I know it's going to be third party or the updates are going to be legit and security. You know what I mean? For security purposes.
The thing with SmartView is the two devices have to be on the same Wi-Fi network.
Yep, and they are.
Yeah. I mean, I did that, and then the thing is, though, is like even though I got like different TVs right now, I actually like Samsung TV better because all the phones I get is Samsung, and then when you have a Samsung TV, it just connects better.
Yeah.
I like Samsung products. Of all the Androids, Samsung is my favorite.
So I've
Yeah,
always
that's
had
that's what I'm waiting for on the Samsung 25.
never had like a Google Pixel or anything like that. It's always been Samsung. But the problem that you come to with is Android, even though it's open source and you can access the internals of the phone much easier than Apple products.
Right. Yeah.
Android is inherently Google because that's all Google has ever done is Android. So it like the way the integration works is the operating system has certain specs that are specifically made for Google products.
All right.
Notice any Samsung phone you buy, any Android, it automatically comes up with Google, sign in with Google, do this with Google. The only time you get anything different if it's like Samsung, where it's like sign in with your Samsung account and get blah blah blah, but it still uses Google. So it's like you've got the monopoly giant that is Alphabet versus Apple, which is like closed off. So like people are gonna naturally choose the open source one, but the problem comes down to there are certain things that an Android can do and apps that are on Android can do, and they reach too far into the operating system to do it. Like you're giving up so much information just to get something that's open source.
Which is true. Like you have a better chance of getting a virus through an Android than you do. Like I did like my iPhone, but the only thing is I never wanted to put my credit card, my debit card on there and to get free apps. But it won't let you get free apps unless you have that credit card on there, or you're not going to be able to update or anything. That's the only thing I like about iPhones, because I did like iPhones. I've always wanted iPhones, but then when I got my hands on a Samsung, I like the fact that I don't have to put a debit card on the Play Store. I can download all my apps, and if I want to buy one, then I'll go ahead and pay for it as I go, which I never buy any of the apps. But with Android, with the iPhone, you had to put a debit card, or it won't let you download free stuff, period, or update.
Right.
So there's I used to jailbreak my phones all the time. But when you jailbreak on Android, it's called rooting, which means that you can allow access to the root directory of the phone, which is all the program files and everything like that. And there was a specific app that I used to use all the time, mostly for like mobile games and shit like that, where it was called Freedom APK, where it would trick the Play Store, even though you're connected to the Play Store. It would trick the Play Store into thinking that you gave like an authorized payment towards it, and it would trick the Play Store and just give you the credit in game anyways, even though it didn't actually pay for anything. And the reason that rooting is such a big thing that you have to do with that is you have to be able to trick the the client side, which is the phone side, is thinking that you paid for something. But when it connects to the server, it can't verify the payment, so it just says fuck it and gives it to you anyway.
Gotcha.
Okay, so good. And I saw, and I'm glad you said the Samsung Flow, because I was like, yeah, it doesn't look like it's gonna be good. I'm probably gonna need HDMI, but with the Samsung Flow, I don't need an HDMI cord. I can just connect as long as it's both Wi-Fi. And it's so crazy why you need Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi. Am I defeating the purpose if my Wi-Fi goes to shit if I can't connect my phone to the laptop?
Well,
and I don't have the best connection.
So if you're not on a Wi-Fi network, it has to be able to connect somehow, like talk to the other device,
right,
through either Bluetooth or a direct cable, a data transfer cable. And Wi-Fi is easier because you can have multiple devices on the same network and they can all talk to one another.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because
and now in the future, I'm probably gonna ask you for a lot more because I want to do 2 PC, because I'm gonna start going back into my gaming world. Yes, I'm big on gaming. Nobody really knows that, but I love that. And I'm gonna take my sofa out of my RV and put a recliner and or a game chair and put a setup where I have the 2 PC screens and I can kind of maneuver through both. And so I'm gonna have a lot of questions when that happens. Just let you know that, AP.
Well, I'm the resident IT guy. Even the people in my family call me.
Yes, you are.
Cool.
Well, just be ready for it, because I'm gonna do that, so I can have my 2 PCs. I like that flow of that.
The funniest part about that is I never even finished college for it. I took 3 semesters, and then I dropped out because of COVID.
Yeah, it's like you're smart as shit about that. So
everything that I learned myself through building PCs and working with Android application creation kits. So Rashad calls me a nerd, right? Oh, you're a fucking nerd. I'll take your lunch money. Yeah, you're the one that plays the snakes, but I'm the fucking nerd. And the thing with that is, it's like nerds nowadays, and that's not a negative stereotype.
No, nerds are fucking rule.
If you can't form words together in a proper sentence and use words bigger than 2 syllables, where are you even getting?
Yeah,
exactly.
Nerds fucking rule.
And
you know what I mean?
I prefer the term connoisseur of knowledge, because I just sit there and
You're
watch
a connoisseur of knowledge.
Random shit, and it's mostly random shit about history, random shit about science, astrology, everything you can possibly imagine that you can get.
Nothing wrong with that.
The internet. My whole feed is just filled
a man's sexy appeal is being smart. You know what I mean? That's what. No woman.
Physics, guns,
you know what I mean?
Politics, and then usually the locale shit. But it's mostly just
hey, look.
Science stuff.
You're the resident IT guy, so when I get my stuff ready to go, you're the person I'm going to be calling. I don't got to talk to Alibaba in India for my shit. I can just go directly to you. If you're going to get it right.
Thank you for calling authorized personnel tech support line. How may I help you?
Yeah. My name is Brian. Now, you know your name is not Brian.
No, but
my name is Bob. Your name is not Bob.
Nah, my name is Thomas, and I would like to help you. I would
please
like to help
your
you
credit
right
card
now.
Information in the box provided, ma'am. Thank you, please.
Well, today you have become a millionaire, and all we need is your information. I was like, no.
Yeah.
Way.
The Prince of Algeria has $10 million, but you have to pay.
It's outsourced to India.
Yo, I had a guy that sounded just like a poo from The Simpsons. I was like,
oh my God.
Really talk like that? I was like, Jesus.
Like, bless their
I
hearts, you know what I mean? Some of them are trying, some of them are scammers and shit, but I'm gonna stick to AP and the IP. Yes, that's the best way to go. So good. So when I get my stuff going, okay. So when I get the two screens, how do they two connect to the one PC? There's two ports for it, and they connect together, or no?
Well, that depends on if you're doing it wirelessly or not. Because when it comes down to it, like Ethernet is faster than using Wi-Fi. A direct connection to the system is faster, but there is a level of I wouldn't say comfort, but it's a level of it's a level of easement. Like you can use it easier than having to connect it physically to the device and set it up that way. And
gotcha. Okay.
What you lack in speed, you make up for in ease of usement, but in the end, it's just not worth it because you'll always have a little bit of a delay on it.
Right. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. There's a lot more because I want to be able to. I'm gonna do my own reaction channel on like paranormal and stuff, and I want to be able to bring myself in the screen, the green screen, and have the video come into it behind me, in front of me while I'm doing it, on the screen reacting to the videos. So to merge that together and slide it over to the main screen with me still in it to be able to react while it's playing.
So are you saying like in a live stream setup, or are you saying like just making videos?
Well, making videos for right now, getting comfortable with that, and then when I do go live, I can actually just merge that videos I've collected and bring it over to the screen while I'm going live on the green screen. So I'm reacting live while we're all watching.
Do you have OBS on your computer?
No, I haven't. I only have a laptop right now. I'm planning to buy a desktop. That's why I'm asking ahead of time what I need to get to that point.
You can put OBS on basically anything except for a smartphone.
What is OBS?
OBS is the it's an open source screen recorder basically, and you can set up webcam.
Okay.
You can set up scenes. So like you hit a button on your keyboard, and it makes like a transition slide into your next thing, and there's like a whole thing. OBS is like the best open source recorder when it comes to basically recording videos. That's how I record videos, because you can record your microphone, you can record the screen, you can record basically anything you want, and then all you have to do is switch the input to change to a different setting. So like if I had one set up for gaming, and then I stop gaming and I go and I want to go look at it like a web page, there's a display source, there's a gaming source which connects to whatever gaming thing you're using, and then there's a browser mode which will capture whatever browser you have open. The difference is that when you're on OBS, you can't have panels and stuff like that. That's mostly StreamYard. And when you do things on StreamYard, you have to set them up in a specific way in StreamYard settings for when you go in live broadcast. Whereas OBS, you don't have to do all that shit live. You can just do that prior to streaming, and then do like retroactively fix it as you go through stream. Like one thing is
gotcha.
You're recording or streaming for yourself to the audience, or you're doing it with a live panel where you can interact with everybody else, but you have to follow through with StreamYard setup and StreamYard settings and everything like that. So it depends on if you want to have panels and if you want to have just
Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get off. I got guests and stuff. So, but I definitely will be asking you questions about that. Don, thanks for having me on the panel. I love you guys.
You're always welcome.
Y'all have a great.
Yes,
sir. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Have a good one, Lucky.
And y'all have a great weekend. Yeah, and I will see y'all on the next run.
Yeah. I gotta ask you a question.
What's up?
AP. How does one protect themselves from doxers?
Well, it kind of depends on the level of a doxer that you're looking at here, right? Because there's people that will just not stop at trying to grab
Yo.
Right.
what's up. So there's two companies that I would trust with my life: Incogni
All right.
and Delete. I use
right.
Incogni, right? And
All right.
Incogni, basically, they give them like an email address, give them your name, your birthday, like how old you are, your address and shit like that, and they scour the web for that.
Can you write that down in the comments, AP?
Yeah, I got you. I'll put it in the private chat for you.
So that we know exactly what it is. Good evening, everyone. Pardon the lateness. It's your bro, PKD. You know how we do. I'm cooking, so I'm gonna let y'all keep talking. I'm here though.
All right, that's good.
So I've been using Incogni for back in April. I started using it. It submitted 226 reports for my docs personally. And when I'm at work and I go on my work computer that's not connected to me whatsoever, like my personal information, I can't find a goddamn thing on myself. I can't find anything.
All right.
Even having my full name, my full legal name, and my address, I can't find anything. So it kind of depends on like the level of psychopathy that the person that's trying to dox you goes after. Because if they're really, really motivated to, they'll find a fucking way. They always do. There's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah,
aspect.
I mean, I know that because I got doxed last year, and they actually, they were so hateful that they actually found my wife's. They went up and they blasted my wife's condition, a certain medical condition my wife has. They went up and they blasted it on social media. So, and then on top of it, they threatened them to get the authorities on me, but I just ignored it. But that person has a history of of what this what Willie did, or what's her name? Brandy did, yeah. But the thing is, though, they actually called the authorities on people CPS on people's children and everything like that. The guy who doxed me is famous for it. So that's why I asked. So I was like, okay, so how do I protect myself?
Run a VPN.
From everyone.
I would say get a VPN to match where you are, right? So even if they somehow manage to know your IP address, they can't tell where you are because it goes to somewhere else.
Right.
On top of that, like the majority of my specialty when I was going to college for network security was basically focused on viruses. It was focused on malware, Trojan horse viruses, and shit like that. So like I know a lot about and cutting off connection to a specific part of your machine in order to run a proto computer, basically like a mock computer inside of my own PC, to make it seem like that's the PC that's operating, but in fact it's an external PC that's doing all the hard work. I would say Incogni works. They have a family plan where you can add like multiple people, multiple addresses, multiple email addresses, shit like that, like your profile, so they'll scan for that as well. And there are some things that you just cannot get rid of that are on the internet. But there's a thing you can do if you Google something, like say it didn't have incognito. I Googled my name and my address, and my shit popped up, and it was the first thing that popped up. You can submit a takedown request to Google to have that not pop up in the search engine anymore. Like you can make it to where Google cannot physically display that entry for that Google search if you submit a request.
Right.
So it all depends on how far you want to take it. Like if you want to be like the Uber, like super secure vault, like kind of person, like you have to be on top of who has your information in the first place, who would be able to distribute your information. So like if you have your utilities in your name, you can actually pay your utility company to not publish your information on the internet. That's what AD did, but they still found it anyway. There's several layers to this sort of like network security stuff that comes to the internet. So people don't really realize that, oh, you mentioned one time in the video that you lived in this state, and then all of a sudden they found it. Like, it's things like that. But,
gotcha.
Fortunately for me, the guy that's been threatening to dox me for the past like 8 months, as it turns out, when he went to go, oh, I found AP, this is him, it was some fucking guy in Arizona, because that's the persona that I put out when I talk to those kinds of people in that side of the community. I tell them false information because I know.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You said Arizona?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll talk to you behind the scenes. That's all I gotta say.
The reason that I use Arizona is because the address that I always give people when they're like talking shit like that, I'm like, oh, fucking pull up. They're like, what's the address? The address that I give them is the house from Better Call Saul. The house where he's like the company wants to take over that land. There's a veteran living there that doesn't want to move, and then Saul comes in and helps him save his house or whatever. That's the address I always give. It's in Arizona. It's not a real address, but it's a funny reference to the show, and it's more of like a trolling aspect on my end.
Right.
So like if you feed people false information, all they have to run with is false information. They're never going to find you.
Right.
I could be orbiting the planet in a satellite right now and nobody would fucking know. Like,
basically,
the ambiguous nature of how I keep things makes it where I basically don't have to worry about being doxxed as much.
Got you.
VPNs all day, man. Keep yourself ghost, keep your address protected, keep your IP address protected, keep your accounts protected. VPNs all day, bro.
I use 2 VPNs. So a VPN goes through a VPN to connect to the network. It slows my internet down like a little bit, and that's why I keep constantly dropping off stream when I'm on it with AD and I just randomly leave. That's because the internet crapped out for a second and has to reconnect. But doing a VPN through a VPN is like even if they find the first address, the IP, right? That's a fake one that goes to somewhere else. And even if they get through that and figure out what the other one is, that's a fake one as well. So they don't really get you.
Right. Virtually. It's virtually throwing the signal to different spots no matter what. So even if they find the first IP address, it's not going to tell them where it's transmitting from because it's still pinging in different directions.
Yep.
I mean, we used to use stuff like that in the military. So this is before all these apps and stuff came out.
Got you.
Jammers, scramblers, all that stuff.
There's a lot of things that were used for the military that are now used for civilians. Like Navy was the first people that had email. The Department of the Navy was the first people in the world to have email. And there was a direct connection.
I think my general, whoever was the general for the Marine Corps back when I was serving, he told me that he had an email 20 years ago, and we're talking about in 98. He told me that he had an email 20 years ago. I'm like, no, you did not have an email in 78, bro.
Yep, because the Marine Corps is.
I mean, yeah. I mean, so, I've heard that the internet is actually older than like 1960s or something like that.
The internet,
the World Wide Web.
The internet came out in 1955. That was the first direct communication through a wireless, a wired signal at first. Then it became wireless. But that was the first like actual web of things where it connected everything together. First came email, then came the internet, then came all the social media.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
We've been using radios to send messages from one country to another for eons. And so it came to a point where how are we going to send this message back home without it being intercepted by people that are logging onto our frequency? And here we go with the invention of the World Wide Web. Now it's like, oh, now we can send stuff out and they don't know, but now everybody's connected. So now you got to use a whole bunch of undercover stuff, ghost drives, phantomware. You know what I'm saying? Military cover-up programs that allow you to send a message out. Nobody knows where the message came from except the person receiving the message, because it's encrypted in a way that only we would know.
To be fair, the first radio signal was sent in 1897, and it was sent across the Atlantic Ocean to Britain.
That had to have been a big tower, man. Massive tower.
There was an Italian physicist that worked on a program with a radio pioneer whose last name was Hertz, right? And that's why when you come to radio signals, you get terms like Hertz. It's the same thing like Newton's, because Newton had the laws of gravity and shit like that. And the amount of force put into an object is called a Newton.
Yes.
It's the same thing with radio signals.
Right.
Hertz, AM, FM, shit like that. It's all named after either the person that discovered it or the person that discovered the technology for it.
Right.
All right. AP, I got another question to ask you. And I'm just asking you because you know good about technology. And me and Pete, we've always talked about certain stuff as far as cinematography. So, what, like as cinematography, like as making a movie or something like that, in your aspect, AP, which is the best camera to get for that?
It's a hard question.
Let me simplify it. What's the best?
Right.
A best simpler. You know, what's the best as far as in a simple budget, like to try to, you know, go to somewhere and film something, edit, all that good stuff. Because obviously the best cameras cost $20,000 and better. We're talking about a camera that's anywhere between $1,000 to maybe $2,000 that you can take everywhere with you and just record.
So it comes to making things like movies, like it depends entirely on what the content is, because when it comes to making movies, you have to have a theme of the movie, and different cameras can give you different like aspects of filming. Like something will be a little bit more grainier, something will be a little more sharper, and depending on what the thing that you're going for depends on like the camera that you get. And if you're on a budget, I think usually there's more DSLR cameras out there. The Panasonic GH5 is used for like professional quality stuff, and it might be a little bit pricey, but I think in the end, when it comes to like the quality of the content, it might be worth the purchase.
Can you put that in the private chat as well so that we can research it later?
I got you.
Thank you, AP.
All right.
That's facts.
Yeah.
It's about maybe $600 on the high end.
That's not bad.
There are some that's like the Generation 2, where it's more like $1,000 and like $1,800, something like that. But if you're going with like a professional setup, those can cost well over $3,000.
Of course.
Yeah.
It all depends on how much you're willing to put into the equipment to make the quality better. But there are certain things you can do, like adding filters to it, where you can make the quality better without having to shell out, thousands of dollars more for a camera.
100%.
The basic of it is you need a decent resolution, but you can always make it better by adding After Effects and stuff like that. So when it comes down to the editing and the post effects and shit like that, that is always where you can do better. But if your original camera quality is dog shit, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, you got a bad recording.
If you're filming it at 720, like you're not going to get much out of that. Like you can only polish turd so far. You can't make it shine. You can make it glisten. But you can't make it shine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Word.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is though, I'm not like I had a Kodak camera. It was just 1080 and stuff, but now that I'm seeing that it's like, okay, everybody's doing like 4X, 4K and 6K and stuff. I'm like, okay,
8K.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to get the Chinese cheap cameras for $100.
So you're recording in 720, you're not gonna get no 8K quality, no matter how many programs you pass it through. You can make it 8K and it's still gonna look super terrible because all you did was up the resolution to the terribility of what it already was.
Right.
And I think the issue is if you upscale the quality of the work, you have to be able to display that on a screen that has the same aspect ratio that you're working with.
100%.
Because if it doesn't have the same aspect ratio, you're going to get the black bars on the side, black bars on the top. It's not going to fit, entirely perfect to the screen that you're working with.
Yes,
but
sir.
The other thing that you have to focus on is that if you are trying to film something that's in 4K and you're trying to upload it to something that only takes 1080p, it's going to downscale it, which decreases the quality of the picture. If you're not
Correct.
looking at it on a 4K monitor or a 144 hertz monitor, it's not going to be the same as if you look at it on your phone. If the
100%.
quality decreases, the smaller the phone screen gets. The smaller the viewing screen gets, the more the pixels are going to be condensed and just crammed together.
I agree.
That's why movies look so good when you go to the movie theater, because you got that big ass fucking screen to project it on.
Right.
There's not a conglomerate of pixels that need to be put in one side. Like each pixel can have an inch or two on the screen, and it's perfectly fine. It's in full blasted color.
But as soon as you start to scale that down, you start to lose that color pop.
Everything turns into squares after that. It's like, ew.
Exactly. It's kind of like putting lipstick on brandy. It's really not worth it. You don't really get a better picture out of it.
Wow.
Okay. Not for nothing, Pete. Like he might be out of the loop because Brandy is what we would call a low cal. She is argumentative, destructive. I hate to say the word. She's a member of the LGBT community, and she's also a scammer.
I can give you like a 15-second breakdown of Brandy. Ready?
Hit me.
Yeah. Yep.
Brandy is a local. A local is someone that posts their life on the internet and gets pissed off when they get pushback from other people for criticizing their decisions. Brandy is also a black lesbian who has slept with a woman that had HIV for over 16 months and then cried wolf when we came at her for sleeping with someone that had HIV and said that she had AIDS. Brandy is someone that thinks that everybody's out to get her, but the one person that she absolutely trusts with her life, Willie, is the person who is stalking her the most. That's a basic breakdown of Brandy.
That sounds like an ex-girlfriend I had that she was a nurse, and supposedly she had a stalker. So because of this stalker, she would change her phone number literally every week. Every week. Wow. And I'm like, why do you keep changing your phone number? Oh, because he keeps getting my number. And later came to find out it was because she was calling him with the new number every time. So it's like, of course he's stalking you.
Dude, Brandy blames me for shit I haven't even done. Like, she has a troll on her called Steelhater that she thinks is me, who has in the past said that he's me, and I'm not fucking him, and she blamed me for burning down her girlfriend's grandpa's truck. She literally said I was the one that did it. And she comes at me and says, like, why are you talking about me when she's the one that brought me up in the first fucking place? I haven't made a fucking Brandy video in like 4 months. I haven't talked about Brandy. I haven't done anything with Brandy besides call her a fucking dumbass. And even then, it's like, that's just my opinion. If you can't handle it, get the fuck on somewhere.
Tell her to prove it in court.
Right.
I tell her that, and she's like, oh, well, you knew this, you knew that, you worked for this, you've done that, blah, 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 blah.
Go spend money on lawyers. Tell her to go spend some money on lawyers and prove it in court. And if she can't prove it, it's going to be a countersuit for defamation of character. Let's go. She said that I was a pedophile. She said I beat my girlfriend. And she has no proof of any of this. She's just fucking hurt that I came after her and I gave her the truth and she didn't fucking like it. So she called me a pedophile and a woman beater. Like, she knows nothing about me. She's just saying this shit because she's fucking hurt. And the thing she's
about
angry,
it is,
of course.
Like, I understand, like, the frustration of having everybody come at you from all sides and not knowing who's real, who's not. But at this point, when she's shacked up with Willie, the guy that literally emails himself and pretends to be other people, saying that other people emailed him with the T, like, what the fuck are you doing anymore? This is like you're believing somebody that had literally made a fake email to email himself about some drama that doesn't even exist. Like,
well, I mean, I got two sayings. I got two sayings for that. One is you can't demand respect from someone that doesn't respect themselves. That's one. And two,
right,
you can't expect a full cup of juice from someone that's a broken glass.
Yeah, well, she's not a working class. She gets $4,000 from the VA after serving 10 months of active duty, half of which she didn't even actually serve. She was in a fucking mental hospital. She gets $4,000 a month for her medical issues from the VA. She's a fucking leech, bro.
I served 10 years in the Marine Corps. I don't get no VA benefits. So you got this person that served 10 months and she's over here crying wolf.
10 months and discharged for a personality disorder.
That's wild.
Yeah.
It goes to show you that mental cases in America get more respect than anything else.
Well, what I think it is mostly is she had pre-existing conditions and claimed those were caused by military service. She barely even got the Air Force training ribbon, bro. She barely even got out of basic training. She went to her first duty station and got discharged. Like she's so delusional. She thinks that, like, oh, these people are these people, but they're actually, the person that she's talking to that thinks that person's her friend, bro.
I hear you.
Yo. P.
Yeah.
What's your take on what's your take on, the MTA trying to put spikes to deter fare evaders?
How is that going to stop anything from happening? Like if people don't got gloves.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
it's not even spikes. It's literally a sheet. It's a sheet of iron that's curved to look like spikes. If you got gloves, you're putting your hands right through those grooves and going right through.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't hear the question. The music was a little bit too loud.
That's what I had just said in private chat. Don, cut the beat.
Oh yeah, I have to. Yeah, I have to. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay.
The question he was asking was, what do you think about the MTA putting spikes on the subway toll fare thing so that people can't jump through? It's not real spikes. It's literally a sheet of iron with grooves that look spiky. If you got gloves, you're hopping it regardless.
Well, if you're...
Yeah, you're jumping.
The issue is...
That's what I was like... You
can't prevent somebody from jumping the turnstile, right? That is something that you either have to have somebody standing there watching it the entire time and have them have a taser on them to fucking, like, prevent somebody from doing it, or you have to have some kind of way to where, like, a motion sensor to where if you try to jump the turnstile, it'll close a door automatically and not let you through.
Like how they have in London.
Like you can't physically harm people because that makes more of a liability for the city, the state, or whatever, whoever owns the subway system.
That's 100%.
The other thing with it is, like, with the Daniel Penny shit, right? They've got National Guard now in the fucking subway system to look after people. How bad of a fucking city do you have to be to have the National Guard step in to your fucking transportation system because people are getting robbed all the goddamn time?
I mean, listen, there was a time where New York City was under domestic terrorists and alien terrorists suspicion of attack and all that stuff. And there was literally all types of anti-squads in the subway system. And you'd be like, yo, this looks like a war zone down here. It looks like a war zone down here.
Especially 42nd Street.
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah. I remember, like, maybe 2007, 2008, all you saw was National Guard everywhere up in the Port Authority. I was like, really? There was like,
they still there.
Like, that's when it was level orange and stuff. Yeah, they are. But it's not like level orange and stuff like back in the day. I was like, whatever.
Yeah, it was bad, man. It was bad. It was like that at the ferry too because of the Morsec level. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn,
I
can't go
really,
nowhere.
I
My
really
bad.
can't speak on 9/11 shit because I was born in '99, and
Copy.
you know,
Right.
I
I was
understand like
born in '82.
the need to like try to like prevent something like that happening again, but you can't just like discriminate about like race and shit like that. And the other thing with it is when it comes to like putting spikes on the turnstiles or whatever, that's not going to work. Like the
Nope.
whole reason you put spikes on the top of a building is so birds can't, get up there and roost.
Correct.
And if you're putting spikes on the turnpike, you always got that thing where it's like, oh, you could injure somebody. But
Right.
it's more of like a lack of having people there to prevent people from doing that than it is to be able to prevent people from actually hopping over it and going through without
So
paying.
here's what happens with that. What happens with that is exactly what you just said. They don't want to spend money on personnel to keep the system safe. They want to imply a system where people will be jinxed to think, oh, let me not do that because I don't want to hurt myself. But someone is going to do it and hurt themselves and sue the MTA so bad, they're going to end up having to take all that stuff off and put personnel anyway.
So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. All it takes is one person to accidentally impale themselves to get a whole fucking clusterfuck
1,000%.
of legal issues with that.
1,000%.
It's the same thing with like
Yep.
saying like it's illegal to set up booby traps in your house for intruders because even though it's your
They can get
private,
hurt.
yeah, because even if it's your private fucking area, and you have traps set up to prevent people from doing that, you can't do that because it's illegal. And I think that it's kind of hypocritical to do that to actual citizens, even if they're breaking the law or otherwise. Like you're risking all of this legal recourse to come upon you when you're just trying
recoil.
to get your money from people purchasing tickets for the subway. Like at what point do you have to
recoil?
what point do you have to sit back and realize that you're so far in the hole that you're relying on public transportation to fund your shit?
I mean, if you really look at it, right? I went to Boston. I just went on the Orange Line, and I could say, in my opinion, the Orange Line was way more cleaner, and it was, I mean, the train was clean, the stations were clean, no graffiti or anything like that, and I could actually commend Boston for actually having a good, I don't know, sanitation standards or whatever you call it, but it was way better than New York.
Boston has a huge detective team. Boston has a huge detective team on the subway lines that they walk around in plain clothes looking like regular people. And this is why Boston has gotten so clean on the subway, why people don't cause problems, because one out of 7 people is a detective in the subway. So you're going to get caught up and it's not going to look good.
So if I would play devil advocate right here, right? So there was an incident in Chicago where a guy had threatened somebody with a knife. There were police officers that were in the subway that were just, patrolling, doing their thing. And the guy resisted arrest. He was trying to go back up the stairs. They dragged him to the ground. They tried to tase him. Taser didn't work. They tried pepper spray. He kept resisting. And he tried to pull the knife out. And the female officer shot him 6 times, right? And she got indicted for that because she shot him 6 times, even though he had a knife in his hand. And I think it goes into like the politics of the area at that point, because you've got a stigmatism to where police feel like they can't really do their job without risking getting fired.
Hmm.
Like if someone makes a 911 call saying, "Hey, I was on the subway. This guy threatened me with a knife. He's still in the subway system. Can you send some officers?" I would have my fucking gun out. I wouldn't be walking up to him and be like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing? You riding the subway today? Good. Do you have a knife on you?" No, I'd have my fucking gun out. I'd have him at gunpoint because
Gotcha.
when it comes to policing, there's there's a there's I wouldn't call it a theory, but it's more of like a concept in policing called the Tooler drill, which means that in the time that it takes for you to draw your sidearm from your holster, get it up on target, and put a shot in the person, that person can run at you with a knife for 21 feet. It's a 21 feet rule. That's why whenever you see someone come at with an officer with a knife, they try to like backstep to get away. The 21-foot rule says that you have 21 feet to draw your firearm and put a shot on target before that person can get to you and stab you. So
Yeah.
it all depends on the situation. Like everything's circumstantial when it comes to police shootings because you have to put yourself in the officer's shoes. You can't put yourself in the, oh, we're watching it from the body cam. Like you don't have the same adrenaline going through. You don't have the same like feelings, smells, sight, everything. You don't see everything the officer sees. So that officer has to make a
Right.
split section reaction to the suspect's reaction to like them accosting them for something. And the whole thing with like police officers is their holsters are level 3 holsters. You have to have a hood on it that blocks the gun from coming out, a side lock you have to put your finger on to draw the gun, and you have to do a third motion, which is a rocking motion that brings it out of the holster itself. It's called a level 3 holster. And when you're in the moment and you have to do things like that, not only activate a side thing with your thumb and then push the hood back with your hand and then press the side thing to pull it out and then pull it backwards to pull it out, all of that goes through your head at one time. You can't expect someone to be like perfect in every single situation when it comes to when someone's trying to kill them with a knife.
Right.
So like it's not like an aspect of like, oh, all you have to do is reach down, pull on the handle of the gun, pull it out, and shoot them. It's you have to unlock that son of a bitch first, pull it out, and then shoot them. Like if you neuter your police to a point where they have to question like even their most basic actions, you're doing a disservice to them because they can't do their job accurately.
Right.
And it's the same shit with the subway. I understand they have like non-lethal weapons like beanbags. They have like OC and tasers and shit like that. But if the taser doesn't work, the taser doesn't work. If the taser gets caught on somebody's hoodie and doesn't make connection to the skin, it's not going to bring them down. And then all of a sudden you have some dickhead running at you with a knife.
Yeah.
Like it differentiates between what city you're in and what county, what state. Everything differs because all of them have different standard operating procedures that they go by, different ways they have to handle interactions per the policy of the department. And I feel like in liberal cities, they really neuter their police because they feel like there's some sort of generational bias, like there's some sort of racial aspect to every single thing when it doesn't come down to race. If you're a dirtbag, you're a dirtbag. No matter if you're black, white, yellow, red, green, purple, or blue, if you're a dirtbag, you're a dirtbag. If you're going to pull a gun on a cop, you're going to pull a gun on a cop. That's just who you are as a fucking person.
Pretty much.
I agree.
I mean, I agree. I mean,
Like,
if you really look at it, right?
yeah.
And I'm not gonna say this as far as anything, but it's even to the point that you see that there's people who who are I would say they'll be in a vulnerable position. The elderly, women,
Hmm.
and children. And then if you really look at, how certain things are going, it's like to the point that people actually have a lack of caring, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, it's become more selfish.
Like I remember one day, right? I remember one day, right? This is like maybe 10 or 11 years ago. I was talking to a young dude, and it was like he had like RP shirt. I was like, yo, what happened? Just asking around. So he went up and he told me the story that they were not into the streets or anything like that. They try to tell the cops like, yo, these people are after us, and cops, I guess they did not heed the warning. And then when the decedent who was on the shirt, and they said that they unalived this man, and they blasted like 6 shots and stuff. The cops, they didn't really do nothing, but they just waited so they could arrest the guy for doing it. I was like, wow.
So
But yet they couldn't even save the person.
Hold on, AP. Before you say anything, hold on. Their job is not crime prevention. Their job is to
Right.
reinforce the law. In other words, they'll see you commit a crime and wait for you to finish committing the crime to book you. They're not trying to stop you from doing anything. The more charges they compress on you, the better.
and
Yep.
that's what I was going to lead into is like when it comes to like private citizens filing police report, they're not going to follow through unless they have concrete evidence that a crime was actually committed. So like the reasonable articulation comes down to if a police officer witnesses a crime or if a police officer reasonably thinks that a crime has been committed within their presence or if they have proof that a crime has been committed via a third party witness. All it comes down to is, can you press a charge?
Yep.
Oh,
It
okay.
doesn't come down to what's wrong and what's right. It comes down to what you can prove in a court of law.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's the extent of it.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a hard topic when you get into it because you get all the people that are like a cab, fuck all police, blah blah blah. They do nothing, but yet they're the first person to run to the cops when they need something done.
That's what I was
Yeah.
going to say earlier. There's a lot of generational hate towards the authority, towards the cops, towards whoever. It just seems like rebellion is like the best choice for everyone. We want
I
to.
mean, I'll even imply this further, Pete.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that in 2019 or 2020 there was a shootout between cops and a guy. So I don't know if it was 2019. It had to be like 2020 or 2021. It had to be one of
In the
those years.
Bronx?
So no, in Philadelphia. So it had to be like 20. It had to be like 2020 or 2020. No, actually,
Nah,
it
I
had
don't
to be
remember.
2020 or 2019. So what happened was that there was a shootout between a guy and the cops and the Philadelphia cops, right? So during that shootout, I'm just coming home and at the time, and then there's on the street called Broad Street. So all he saw was cops that they blocked off everything, and we didn't know what was going on. They was like, "Yo, it's a shootout." I was like, "Okay, I'm just going home." So I went home and everything like that, and I was talking to my cousin's ex, who lives in Michigan. So therefore, while she was asking me like, "Yo, what's happening?" So I went up and I called her like on Facebook Messenger and stuff, and they were saying like, "Yo," they were saying that the news that was covering it, they were saying that they're this and they're that. I was like, "Nah, it was just a shootout," and I didn't know what was happening. But later on, but the culture of hate for authority in Philadelphia runs deep. It was to the point that the cops who were actually ducking and hiding from these guys, from the quote unquote criminals that was actually doing that, it was like,
They're not
yo,
soldiers, man. They're not used to that. Leave it to us
exactly.
to look crazy standing up, looking where the bullets are coming from. That's Marines that we do that. We're crazy. We're like, oh, someone's shooting. We're looking exactly where it's coming from. All right, you, duck down. Bullets are coming this way. Everybody else is running for their dear life. They're not trained for that. They're not expecting any of that. Everybody's worried about staying alive. Cops,
yeah,
but not being trained like the way they used to anymore.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter was, I'm just pointing out to the disrespect is that while these people were ducking down and everything like that, the whole population, well, I'm not saying the whole population,
civilians
but the people who was actually looking on, no, civilians was actually laughing at the cops. I was like,
oh, I bet.
They was actually laughing at the cops and everything like that. I was like, yo. And they was like, yeah, they was like, yo, these guys, they're actually laughing, having a barbecue when that shooting was happening.
That's hilarious.
That's hilarious.
I don't know about that. I don't trust some gangbanger with a switch not to hit me with a stray bullet while I'm barbecuing some pork. Like,
correct.
I think it's more of like a cops nowadays. They get so much hate that it's just like you're supposed to serve the public, but the public fucking hates you. So when it comes down to it, and you're at a point where you either have to put your life on the line for a stranger you don't know because they're a citizen, or duck and cover, they're gonna duck and cover.
Correct.
But
self-preservation.
There's another aspect to it where it's like I'm not calling out any females here, but like primarily female officers, as soon as shit starts going down and somebody starts getting a little giggly with their trigger finger, they automatically run the opposite direction. It takes a real man to run towards the sound of gunfire to end the gunfire in order for something to get solved.
That's what I gotta say to that.
It's not some like, oh well, they were cowardly in their duties. No, it's like they have a sense of purpose where they need to end the threat. They have to go in and take care of the situation, or else other people are going to get hurt. And I don't think the training is just up to snuff, because you have all this ACAB bullshit where they're defunding police departments and cutting training. Like, if you cut the training for the officers, what's the point of bitching about when the officers cower in fear?
100%.
Yep.
In my personal opinion, I feel like police officers should have to sit behind a barricade and get shot at in training. Like, actual bullets get shot at with like, even if it's like a bulletproof shield.
Yeah, to overcome that fear and anxiety. Hell yeah.
You can know how it feels to get shot at. You can know when you're dealing with a high caliber rifle, or if you're dealing with a fucking dickhead with a pistol. Like, the lack of training that they put into it, and they try to make up for it and say like, oh, well, they're not doing a good job at their job, so we're just going to cut their training. Well, if you cut the training, they're going to do even worse of a job because they're not trained to handle that bullshit.
100%.
Like, I watch a lot of police body cam stuff, and I feel for police, because it's really, you have a job, you have to deal with the public, people that don't want to talk to you, but you have to pull them over anyways.
It could be scary.
It's not something that you want to actually do, but you have to do it because you signed up for the position. Like, if you don't have the balls to do it, don't sign up for the position.
100%.
It's like, right. if you have a phobia of blood, you shouldn't be someone that constantly draws blood from people at a blood drive. Like,
Correct.
if you're gonna be a little bitch about it, don't go into the kitchen if you can't stand the heat.
That part.
Right.
That's just common sense. That's not common anymore.
I think mostly it's the problem. Like, people see like kind of a cash grab, or they have some sort of like, well, my father was a cop, so I became a cop. But they don't have the heart to be a cop. They have
What we call
ability.
legacy. We call those legacy snatchers. I'm gonna be what my dad was just for the hell of it. Not because I have a calling for it. It's just for the hell of it.
Oh, that one hurt me because that's exactly what I did. But I work for the federal government.
Listen.
Oh wow.
You got to understand this, AP. You got to understand this. You must follow your calling. You know what I'm saying? My dad was a man that lived in Chicago in his teenage years and served the mob in whatever way he did. Later became a pastor. I could have followed that road, but I didn't. I'm saying I went off to the Marine Corps. I came back home. I've gotten letters to join municipal service and all that, but it's not my calling. I'm not feeling that. So I became a chaplain. So I go to hospitals, I go to prisons, I do counseling, I get calls at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, all types of stuff. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm following what I feel is my calling spiritually, so that I don't have to lose my mind in something that's just gonna destroy me mentally.
Gotcha.
True, but what my perspective was, I didn't serve in the military, right?
Okay.
I'm 25 now. I'll be 26 in a month. Okay. I didn't serve in the military. My whole family served the military. My brother, my dad, my grandpa, my uncle, like everybody served the military, but me. My job is directly helping veterans. So I feel like
you work for the military, bro.
Federal government that holds the records for the military.
It's just like working for the Red Cross. If you're in the Red Cross and you're working with veterans, you're working for the military. You know, you're subcontracted by the military to work on military personnel. You're doing the exact same thing that they're doing. You're a part of the family. You're a part of the team.
And the other issue is like with the intergovernment agency thing, all they care about is numbers, cases you complete, your cycle times, when you get things out, when you get things in. And I don't see it like that. I don't know veterans as a case number. I know them by their name. I know them by their first and last name, their middle name, and their social. They're people. They're not numbers.
The government looks at us like numbers, bro. We're just toys in a production line.
But when it comes to my work, when people come in, they're like, I'm trying to get a home loan so I can buy a house for my family. My wife and my 2 kids that I have, we live in an apartment or whatever. I see that as I'm helping you fulfill your dreams because you decided to serve your country. And like, I understand I didn't serve. My brother was an active combat vet. He was stationed in he went to Iraq for a little bit, and then he went to Africa, and then he came home. And awesome. I feel like since I didn't serve, I have to serve in some way. So civil servant is like the way to do it on the civilian side without having to actually go through all the military aspects of it.
I respect it.
They wouldn't accept me anyways. I already applied. They wouldn't accept me because of my medical issues. But
so it just wasn't your calling, brother. Once again, to say you can't feel bad for not fulfilling the shoes that someone else wanted you to fill. You don't have to legacy snatch from no one. You know what I'm saying? You're following the calling that at the end of the day, God wanted you to have. Maybe God didn't want you on the field. The field is not for everyone. Not everyone makes it back in one piece. Not everyone makes it back mentally in one piece and or spiritually. You know what I'm saying? So that wasn't God's calling for you, bro. You're better off. I'm 43 years old, and The only reason why I'm whole, strong, whole, and unbreakable is because the Lord saved me. But I was a mess, bro. I came back home. I was a mess. I was stationed in Dalaram, Afghanistan. That was the first base of the Marine Corps when we went over there. Right after 9/11. Saying we got car bombed, we got sniped, we got all types of stuff. We got air raided, all types of stuff. So I'm home, I'm calm, I'm collective. I may have a minor case of PTSD here or there, but other than that, it's not how it used to be before I was saved. I used to get shell shocked so bad I could smell the blood in the air. I could see the flashing of the grenades and the bombs going off, and I'm like, yo, I'm sitting chilling at the bunker. Like, why am I seeing all this stuff? And it's called what we call stacked memory, because your memories, even though you see it in a video format, you're not really seeing it in a video format. You're seeing photos, photographic memory stacked of how many times you saw that. So here I am seeing 1,000 days of battle in 5 seconds. Imagine the shell shock you're gonna get from that.
Wow.
It's more of like the aspect of, oh fuck, I'm about to die. And you're just like,
oh yeah,
that could have been me. That could have been me that got blown over the wall. That could have been me that got hit directly by the
survivor's
RPG.
guilt is a bitch, bro. Tell me about it.
And
Tell me about it. I got a lot of survivor's guilt, but then again, I don't, because I've been forgiven. You know what I'm saying? So man, when that survivor's guilt tries to kick in, I got to look back and reflect. All those people that are gone paved the way for us to stay here alive. Because that could have been me, like you just said. On a windy day, my homeboy named Oscar, I'm going to reserve the last name. My homeboy Oscar got sniped 3 feet away from me on a windy day. You know what that means?
They had to calculate the shot.
Not only that, trigonometry, of course, but not only that, that also means that because there's a variable in play, if had it not been a windy day, that snipe was going to be for me. Had it not been a windy day, that would have hit me.
Wow.
There's a lot of you can calculate what you're trying to aim at and what you're trying to hit. If it's moving, if it's not moving, the wind, all that, blah 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 blah.
Rotation of the earth, blah blah.
All that good stuff, all that trigonometry stuff. But at the end of the day, it's so unpredictable, depending on the variables of what's going on in real time.
Yeah, you even have to factor in the heat, like how hot it is.
Yeah, because that'll either improve or lower the velocity of the projectile coming out. It'll also either kill how far it can travel, or it'll give it more travel time. It's a lot of bullshit.
See, I'm a very I'm a very percentage based person. Like I believe in probabilities and facts and numbers
are important.
But I understand that there's other factors that take place that don't have anything to do with numbers. There's other things
variables
that factor in the mental state of the person that's shooting the rifle, the steadiness of their hands in the moment,
1,000%. If they're sweating, if they're tired, if they're hungry, 1,000%.
If they got a fly on their nose, it all comes down to how that person is in the moment and if they're willing to do their job when they take that shot.
All variables. These are all probabilities of variables. You know what I'm saying? Everything down to there's an ant biting my left nut. It's all variables.
Could be like an uneven rock that he stepped on. One little false movement, he moves forward, you miss by an inch.
You know what I'm saying? You stepped on a mortar, you stepped on a mine. This is wild, bro. It's all variables. Let's say you're in sniping position, and some dude on the other side of the field does something stupid, and they step on their own mine. That's it. You lost contact of your target. That's it. There's no more to do.
So
Like this,
I don't mean to sidetrack here, but like, do you know the concept of cold fusion?
cold fusion, like aerodynamics.
No, cold fusion, like a nuclear reaction that does not create nuclear heat, therefore it is infinite energy.
Explain that to me.
So it's the concept of cold fusion is basically you can create energy out of nothing. And it's the reason that it's a theory is because it hasn't been proven yet.
Ooh,
But the thing about it is, it's basically a theoretical nuclear reaction that can occur at room temperature. So you don't have to have the high temperatures that involve nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, stuff like that.
okay.
But in cold fusion, two atoms form together to form a single atom. It releases energy when they form together. So it's called deuterium, which is it's an isotope of hydrogen, basically.
Okay.
And the reason it's theoretical is because you can't create something out of nothing. You can't get more nuclear mass out of something that
It
does
doesn't
not
have
equal that.
nuclear
Yeah,
mass.
it's basically like trying to have 2 + 2 = 5. Like there's something hidden there that is making it more than it actually is.
A
And
variable.
that goes back to the percentages that I was talking earlier when I believe that, like, I believe that there is a God, and what you cannot explain by science, you can explain by God, right? The Big Bang, the percentages that have to happen for the Big Bang to occur are very, 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 very unlikely, which means that there has to be an outside force that causes it to happen.
Yeah, what triggered the Big Bang? If it was a
Exactly.
Big Bang.
The touch of an omnipotent being just sparking something up? Or is it that 1/1000th of a percentage that actually caused that? What creates something from nothing? And that's basically the entire idea of cold fusion. It's infinite energy. You get more energy that you put out than you put into it.
I mean, I've been on the experimental end of putting a few magnets together and making energy out of
Yeah,
electromagnetic.
dynamos and stuff like that.
Right. So like
Kinetic physics and
I've made plenty of fans that just work on magnets. I've made plenty of fans just because I'm in the desert and it's flipping hot.
but that is an external source. Like even if you talk about like those little fans that are powered by heat that you put it in
Yeah.
front of a fire and it starts
Solar
blowing
panel, whatever.
for some reason.
Yeah.
Not solar, but just like the temperature increase causes a differential in the back end of the fan to start spinning the fan.
Okay.
Without batteries, without anything like that. But the
Right.
aspect that you're putting into it is the fan's not going to spin on itself without any energy. It's the heat that you put into it that causes it to spin. So therefore, you need an external source of power, whether that be energy, whether that be heat, whether that be physical force put into it that cause it to spin. And with cold fusion, that's not the case. It just automatically does it. You combine two hydrogens together, and it doesn't produce an exothermic reaction like a regular nuclear reaction does. It makes an endothermic reaction. That's why it's called cold fusion, because you're not putting heat into it. You're not expanding energy. You're making it into something that's so isolated that you can touch it with your bare hand and you won't get burned. You won't be affected by radiation. You won't do anything like that. And that's why it's theoretical, because we haven't really proven it yet.
Because if that's the case, why are we still living on Con Edison?
Capitalism.
Yeah, monopolyism. Yeah, like I said, I've experimented myself with magnets and made a few things that per se run off of free energy just using, the centrifugal force of how the magnets are repelling each other, so it just keeps spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. That causes basically a generator to generate energy. So basically, you can make free energy if you go through the dynamics of it. But to have, in theory, cold way of making energy where there's no heat radiation at all. I mean, listen, that sounds great. That sounds amazing. But I would love to see that in practice and practical, because that would change the world.
It would,
Yeah.
but it would put a lot of people out of business.
Oh yeah, that's a fact.
That would be a reason to suppress
Right.
that. If the government came up with cold fusion, they figured out a way to make it an infinite supply of energy. That would put oil companies out of business. That would put every other power supplier that burns coal out of business. And you can't really do that in the U.S. economy when our economy is based on capitalism. It's about people buying, selling, and trading. You can't do an infinite resource like that.
Can't do nothing
without
free.
affecting the economy. Yeah. You have to pay for everything that they do. That's why you have to charge people in hospitals for medicine. That's why you have to charge people for even surviving in cities, because the operating costs of their platforms that they run does not meet what you could supply with something like cold fusion, where it's infinite energy. You don't have to pay a power bill because you have this supply of energy that just never runs out. But the problem with that is you have to figure out a way to self-contain it, and not only self-contain it, but even prove that it's real in the first place. Because in the end game, you always put in more energy than you get out. And that's the reason why there's a deficit when it comes to things like spending and shit like that. You can't put in less effort and get more out of it.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Don, you were going to say something like 10 minutes ago.
No, I was just listening. I was like, I was just listening. Like, I haven't heard that on stuff.
So yeah, Rashad's a little bit right. I am a little bit of a nerd. I do like science and physics. I took AP chemistry and AP physics and trigonometry in high school, and everything was above board, and I graduated early. But I decided to go to school for IT and dropped out when COVID hit because of other things that were factoring.
That's great, man. There's nothing more. There's nothing. I bet you feel great, because let me tell you, there's nothing more amazing than a person self-knowing how far their brain can go.
Yeah, but when you mention it makes you sound like an asshole. It makes you sound like you're putting yourself above other people. Like, I'm not better than anybody else. I'm just smart enough
You
to
can
realize
think faster than other people, and you can think wider than other people, and you can think deeper than other people, and you can. Should I keep going? All right. People, when they pay you to work a job, they're not paying you just for your labor. They're paying you for your mind process. Saying, if you don't have the mind process to be a manager, a supervisor, a vice president, a CEO,
figure out problems before they occur, or figure out problems, how to figure out solutions to the issues that you're facing before you have to come to the point where you're like, oh fuck, I have to find a solution for this. If you think ahead about everything that you do, you don't have to be in that mode where you're in crunch time, where you have a deadline you have to get to.
Correct.
And I don't know, like, I am a fan of alcoholic beverages, right? And I find that slows me down enough to where I can operate on a level where I don't sound like a total asshole when I respond to somebody's question, or if I respond to somebody's like if they have some notion in their head where they're like, oh, this is this, and I have proof of this, and I'm just like, well, you didn't think about this. And when I mentioned
sound like me when I came out of service, I was on some sharp as a sword, rebuttaling people and making people look like fools. I was like, yeah, this is what's going on.
Yeah.
It's great to be smart, man. The feeling of not having to dumb down when you speak to somebody, greatest feeling ever.
Yes.
And the only time I ever say, you know what, explain that to me like I was 5, is because I need people to understand that I really want to learn. It's like, wait, hold on, I really want to learn about that. Like, yo, explain that to me. And I learned something tonight.
Yeah.
What's good, Fredo?
Mm-hmm.
The only issue
good,
that I find when it comes to speaking to someone that is on like the same intellect that I'm on is that I might get something wrong, and
But that's okay. We're human.
I'll admit that I get something wrong. Like there are certain things where I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I fucked up on that. This is actually what it is." But I supply the proof behind of what I realized that I had done wrong.
In other words, you if you're trying to come correct and it ends up wrong, you still come correct with the right knowledge after you figure out what went wrong.
There's always this little nagging feeling in me that I was right in some sort of way, to where I have to feel like, yeah, I got that wrong, but the aspect still like the idea still fits, because even if you factor in these little outside things, these little bits and bobs here of information, it still comes out to I was right in the first place. And some people are just like, when they get to that level of intellect, they become like a what's called a pseudo intellectual, someone that thinks they're smarter than they actually are, right? It's someone that thinks that they know everything, and that if you question their knowledge, they become offensive about it and they get all butthurt about it and stuff like that. Like
60% of New Yorkers.
At least when I do it, I'll admit when I'm wrong, but I'll also relate it back to the point and see how I came to my conclusion at the time versus what the evidence is. I present evidence that I have.
That's called accountability.
I present the evidence that I have, and then I also relate it to how I got to my point of view versus the actual evidence and how they're related with the two.
That's accountability, man. We're dealing in a world now that people don't want to have accountability. They say something messed up and they find out that it was messed up. They're not going to go to that person and let them know that they did wrong.
It's kind of like Brandy. Brandy is like, she says something foul about somebody, like she wished rape on T637, right? And then she's like, well, I was drunk. That's no excuse. You still fucking said it.
They're correct.
Pretty much.
Accountability.
It's like, even if I say like the most heinous shit ever, like I say what I mean and I mean what I say, unless I'm joking. And you can tell that I'm joking because it'll be something absurd and outlandish.
If I said it, I meant it.
Right.
That's it. It breaks down to that's it. If I said it, I meant it.
If that's how I feel, that's how I feel. And like your feelings about how, like, and I don't mean to bring this back to Brandy, because you probably don't know who Brandy is, but
I don't.
She's a bitch. Anyways,
yeah.
Like I told her that I had a problem with her giving away her 3 kids on 3 separate occasions to the state, right? And then I mentioned that my mom died when I was 3. And you know what she said to that? She goes, "Oh, so you got mommy issues." I'm like, "No, you're a piece of shit for giving away your kids."
That's disrespectful. That's mad disrespectful. Oh, so you got mommy issues. You son of a bitch.
I didn't even know my mom. I was 3 years old, bro. I was 3. You think I fucking remember that? I have a good memory, but I don't have like an eidetic memory where I can remember everything that fucking happened. Like, tell me about
how much is the brain developed at 3, man? That's the whole thing. Like, people say stuff out the side of their neck, not knowing how disrespectful it is. Like, it's ridiculous.
And she wants to sit here and blame me for shit, calling me seal hater. Like, there's the one guy that constantly doxes her and like tags her and shit, and she says that it's me. And the only reason she says that it's me is because one time Seal Hater came in the chat and he's like, "Hey, AP, I'm going to troll Brandy. Do you mind if I say that I'm you?" I'm like, "I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing anything anyways." And then he did that, and automatically she's like, "Oh, well, this is AP. AP did this. AP did that. I'm like, dude, I haven't trolled you in like 8 fucking months now. Like I haven't. Last time I talked to you was when you were in fucking. You were back at your apartment and you had your girlfriend back, and your girlfriend's grandpa's truck got set on fire, and then you blame me for it, even though I live 7 states away. Like I'm gonna drive 7 fucking states to go light a fucking truck on fire. Like how much crack do you have to smoke to be on that level where you're just like, yeah, this guy that talked bad of me, he did this, he did this, he did this. Like, get the fuck on somewhere.
That's a lot of meth.
And she
trust
admitted
me.
that she got depressed and smoked crack one time. She was talking about it on stream. She's like, yeah, I was sad and I needed a little pick me up, so I went and did some cocaine. I was like, what the fuck?
Wow.
What?
I'm all right. I'm gonna go around and set the pretext for her own P. Imagine a lesbian that looks like the broke version of Manny Fresh, and she's
I'm
from the
fucking
same
done.
state as Manny Fresh.
I'm done.
Dog, bro. She was sleeping
Yeah.
with somebody that had HIV. Her girlfriend had HIV. She slept with her they were together for like 16 months. She started sleeping with her within like 3 months of them being together. She found out she had HIV and she continued to kept fucking sleeping with her. So all the claims of like, oh, you guys said that I had AIDS. You guys said that I had AIDS. Where you're constantly sleeping with a woman that has HIV and you're fucking bitching at us because we say that you're going to contract something from it. Go fuck yourself, suck a dick, move on somewhere.
I mean,
Another thing though, this lady, right? And for the hilarity and for the nastiness of YouTube, this lady went up and showed
welcome back, Rock.
her girlfriend or her, I don't know what the heck she is.
Her
But she had the nerve to
lesbian
go
lover
around
that
and
had
show-
HIV, she showed her nasty skid mark fucking panties on the fucking stream as an own. And then previously she beat the fuck out of her on live stream saying, oh, you thought you had game on me, while she's beating her, literally using the bottle of pills that prevent her from being detectable with HIV as like brass knuckles. She had it as like a knuckle, like a hand filler, and she was literally beating her ass on live stream, and she got mad at AD for reacting to it.
That's
Like,
wild.
Wow.
Like, at what point do you
Yeah.
have to stop and consider that not everything has to be on the fucking internet?
Yeah, that part.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. When people only live for, online fame, because it's like people will know them because of whatever, but you'll bump to these people in the street and they look like nobodies because they're nobodies.
Oh, dude, you don't bump into Brandy on the
Pretty
street.
much.
That's like walking into a fucking barrier, dog. Like if you ran over her with your car, you would be ejected because she's that much of a fucking fat blob that she just fucking, she'll block you like a goddamn security barrier. Like
That's hilarious.
dude,
Damn.
she's like 400 pounds and 5 foot tall. She looks like a goddamn oval.
Eesh.
Damn.
She's like the Mucinex booger
Eesh.
from the goddamn commercials where it's like, oh, hey guys, oh, you got a cough today? She's a
That's
goofy ass
hilarious.
bitch. And it
Yeah, she actually sounds like that too.
pisses me the fuck off, bro.
No,
That's
one day
hilarious.
I did some trolling and I did like maybe one troll and then she got mad for the rest of the day. I was like, I was laughing. I was like, wow.
Someone sends her a cash app. She goes and gets alcohol. She drinks. She does something stupid, and then complains about us the next day because she says that it was someone from our side that sent her a cash app to go get alcohol. Bitch, we didn't make you drink the fucking alcohol. You went and bought it because you got money.
I'm done.
Right.
Hey, blaming us for all of her fucking problems, yet
Yeah.
she's the one that can't not put the fucking can down of Mike's Hard Lemonade. She drinks 2 tall boys in Mike's Hard Lemonade, and she's up there screaming her fucking head off, bro. 2 tall boys. I can go like 9 tall boys deep and
2
6
tall boys.
fucking shots of
Mike's Hard-
fireball, and I still won't end up in your DMs like Brandy will. Like, I understand that people have different tolerances, right? And your ethnic background, you might have a little bit better tolerance to alcohol than others do. I'm Irish. I can drink alcohol. I don't have a problem. But
you're young too, bro. Like you're young too. Don't forget that. I used to drink a gallon of Bacardi a day. I can't. I quit alcohol 3 years ago because my liver couldn't take it no more. I'm waking up puking every day.
Being Brandy, who's 400, maybe 450 pounds, 5 foot tall, she's got all that fat. You might think she may be able to metabolize the alcohol better. But the thing is, she just cannot handle her alcohol, and she blames us for her alcoholic problem. Saying, oh, you guys just want to see me drink. Yeah, that's why you had 10,000 subs at one point, because you were getting drunk every night, yelling and screaming, and people want to watch the fucking train wreck. Just because a train wreck somewhere in Georgia, fucking Jonesboro at Terror Boulevard, doesn't mean we have to give a fuck about the results of the train wreck. The afterthought of this person is doing this, and they're ruining their own lives with the actions that they're doing, and then they blame it on us. It's fucking crazy.
That sounds about right.
We didn't force you to drink. We didn't tell you to shove that fucking bottle of Taylor Port cooking wine down your fucking throat. Because she does do that. She goes to the gas station, she gets some Taylor Port, some fucking cheap ass wine, and she drinks it by the bottle. She doesn't drink it poured into a cup. She drinks it out of the bottle.
That's wild.
At least with shots of Fireball, you pour it into a cup prior to. Like alcohol, you have
chase
a
it
little
with
shot
something.
glass. Exactly, but she's drinking it straight out of the bottle. It's not even like actual alcohol. It's a higher proof alcohol that is a cooking wine. It's higher proof because it's supposed to dilute when
It's
you're
supposed to
cooking
pass
with
through
it.
flame and lose some of its proof. Whew,
But
that's
she
wild.
drinks it right out of the bottle, dog. And it's
That's
fucking
like
insane.
drinking, what do you call that? Devil Springs, Bacardi 151.
That's like me butt chugging some fucking Everclear.
No, raise the nephews.
It's crazy, man.
Hey, she's a nasty bitch.
Damn.
Nasty bitch. has the gall to call me a sister fucker with no proof. Yet she literally fucked her foster family. She literally had sex with members of her foster family.
Ew. No moral code.
And now she's shacking up with some guy that's coming at AD and is a fake Crip in the middle of Pennsylvania. Right? There's no fucking Crips in bumfuck nowhere, Pennsylvania. You fucking kidding me? I'm surrounded by mountains. The only blue you see is the fucking sky besides the police, bro.
No. Yo, you want to know what's funny? The guy says that he's a Crip and he wanted to go and AD, right? Shout out to Aggressive Defiance, by the way. The next thing you know, when Eddie drove 5 hours to show up, he had the nerve to go around and have cop fingers.
It was less than a minute and 20 seconds when AD pulled away from the address that we had for him. The police pulled him over with 5 fucking cop cars. This motherfucker called the police and said AD had a gun and was threatening him. And they pulled over because he was looking out his fucking window and he knew exactly what fucking car he was in. He calls himself a Crip, yet he calls the fucking police on a white boy from Indiana.
That's hilarious.
And then
trust me, that was last week.
It's the same guy I was talking about earlier the guy that I said that was emailing himself with fake accounts. That's him.
Oh wow.
He emails himself and says, one of AD's people emailed me, and it's like a fake email where you don't even have the right email address, right? Like he tried to say that NetStars emailed me, and the email address was like netstarslive@gmail.com. When that's not even NetStar's fucking email address. It doesn't even use the same fucking picture. Like he's so lazy he can't even make the picture of the email address the picture the person uses on YouTube. He's such a fucking broke ass, fucking bum ass buster that he thinks that he can sit up here in front when it comes to people fucking emailing him. What are you,
That's
fucking
crazy.
70? Nobody fucking emails people anymore, bro. It's
That's
all about
wild.
DMs. It's all about direct messages, text messages,
Yeah.
shit like that. Nobody fucking emails each other to spill the tea unless they're sharing like images and shit like that. Like,
Correct.
He's so stuck in the fucking 90s.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Like for example, this guy was like, yo, you know, I want my local homies. I'm like, I'm gonna put it out there. I'm not gonna go around and put anything. I got family members who are Crip, and they don't act like Willie. I could say that. They're actually responsible men. They actually work and everything like that, but they Crip.
Don, he ain't a Crip. He's a cripple. He lives in Section 8 fucking housing, lives off fucking SSI. He's a fucking cripple. He's not a Crip.
Yeah, but yet. Yep, he wants to go around and start fights with people on the internet.
Mm-hmm. And stalk and harass women when he doesn't get his way. And then use their fucking pictures on his fucking videos like, oh, this is known to them. Yet he calls that AD for not having a bottom row of teeth when he has fucking dentures. He has a full set of fucking dentures at 46.
So he lives vicariously through other tubers, basically.
Basically.
And AD is through AD.
I mean, technically he is Crip if he's crippled. I'm just saying.
I mean, it's just like a YouTuber.
Yeah, but
people.
The majority of people.
He's not affiliated to Crip. He's just crippled.
The majority of people keep that pole on them, right? He keeps a pole on him to fucking walk. Like he ain't got that stick, you know, but he's got that stick so he can move around.
That's just
right.
There's a time even in a gangster's life when they need to retire. He don't understand that. It seems like he's stuck in Arrested Development of some sort.
He's from Youngstown, Pennsylvania, Youngstown, Ohio. Ohio, and then moved to Pennsylvania. He was in Georgia for a little bit.
Yeah, that's funny.
Because I'm the motherfucker that pulled the docs on him. I'm the one that got the information. I'm the one that got the original address. AD had an idea where he was at. He might have had like the street, but I was the one that had the full report of like his phone number, his full name, the addresses he's lived at previously. I was the one that supplied all that shit. But when it comes to Willie, it's like, what's the point of acting gangster if the only version of a gang that you have a bar down the street that's called Our Gang's Lounge? Literally, the address that he was at when he was like, "Oh, AD, you got the wrong address. You got the wrong address, bro." I have the right address now, and there's a fucking bar a block away that says Our Gang Lounge. That's the only gang he's fucking a part of. Because there's no
the bar gang.
Sharon, Pennsylvania. There's no fucking Crips in Sharon, Pennsylvania. Are you fucking kidding me?
He's
There's nothing there.
So when he's talking about shots, he's talking about liquor shots.
No. When he's talking about shots, he's talking about back shots because he's a fucking fag.
Damn.
He's
talk about dropping the mallet.
He's the only one that shows up to the gangbang when there's no woman involved.
Oh wow.
Damn.
Yo. That's dropping the double mallet. Sheesh.
it's the meat tenderizer and it's the meat grinder at the same time. So
The meat tenderizer and the tenderizer of the meat.
You're not getting slapped by the hammer the entire time. You get shredded.
I mean, I'm military, so and one of the Torture 101 classes, they show us stuff like that. What a meat tenderizer does to a body. You know what I'm saying? It starts to shred stuff. It's just crazy. It's nasty work.
Yeah, but the only meat that he's beaten is his own.
Or whatever meat has passed by him.
Fucking sitting there using other women's profile fucking pictures. And then not only that, he makes troll accounts and then talks to himself in his own chat, making it sound like it's somebody else.
That sounds like a deranged, how you say biography is, autobiography of someone that wrote around their own story. He's an auto stalker. He stalks himself.
He does. He came up here saying that AD's uncle emailed me, and he was saying it was like an uncle on his mom's side, but his uncle on his mom's side doesn't even fucking exist. His mom didn't have any brothers.
Haha.
Nah, funny. You wanna know what's funny? Nah, I'm gonna give you one better, AP. One of my doxes, right? Because it all started because I got into an argument with the Dominican racists after he said some disparaging words about my wife. So I cursed him out. Anyway, to make a long story short, he went up and sent them an idiot that got my address, did whatever this, and then the guy, he's such a coward. He goes on Twitter saying, trying to blame another content creator for getting me doxxed. When the fact is, it was him, and he's like, I'm gonna get the authorities on you over a fake charge. I'm like, who made these weirdos? Straight up,
Don,
that's the same one that goes after Don Jose. Yeah,
that video that I put in the right room on Instagram.
Right.
The the one by Masshole Mafia, right? She's going through the exact same shit.
Right.
This guy who has like threatened her kids and done all this stuff and is defending a literal murderer has literally tried to get a felony charge pressed on her for a CP charge that he's the one that took the picture of his kids in the fucking bathtub and sent it out to people on the internet. And then when she got her hands on it and said, oh, look what he did, he's the one that's like, oh, I'm going to press CP charges on her. He's the one that took the fucking picture in the first place.
Wow.
That's wild.
Watch the video. It is a perfect synopsis of the situation. She's literally fighting felony charges of harassment because this guy wanted to go out and defend a murderer and go to the witnesses, like businesses, and even the children of the witnesses. He went to their football games with signs that said that their parents were were murderers in disguise. He literally went there and harassed everybody involved with the case, and even has a charge of his own for harassing people that were involved with the case. And yet he has the gall to press charges on her for felony harassment.
Wow.
Watch the video. The production quality is top notch. She's got like 10 people that edit for her, and it's a perfect video because like even if you're not watching the video and like seeing all the visuals and shit, you can still listen to it and you get the exact same story.
Wow.
It's a great fucking video.
I bet.
I'll throw it in the back chat real quick.
That's just crazy.
All right.
You know when entertainment stops being entertainment? When it gets a little too dangerous for the general public.
Yeah.
I put the video in the back chat.
All right.
So basically, what it is Masshole. She's from Massachusetts, aka the Mass part of the Masshole name.
Yeah.
She started covering a case, right, of a woman who was implicated in the murder of her husband because her husband was a police officer that was hit by a car, and all of a sudden, at the scene of the crime where they found the body, they found a broken taillight, and her SUV had a broken taillight.
Oh
Automatically,
wow.
if that person has a broken taillight on their vehicle and it matches up perfectly with the evidence that's at the scene, you know that vehicle was involved in the hit and run. But she started like covering that because a person that she used to work for was taking up for this person, a person that had a blog where he would constantly go at people and basically dox their children, dox their whole family, dox everything like that. He'd come on YouTube and say that I get enjoyment from this. I get hard seeing you in pain and punishment and shit like that. When the motherfucker's got like 3 stalking charges and like five
Oh,
different
yeah, that's
like what? He's got all
that sounds
these
like
charges,
somebody. That sounds
and
exactly like.
he came at her because she used to work for him, and he accused her of stealing money when in fact she had her own YouTube channel, and it was the same company that was sponsoring her that was sponsoring him, and they were paying her more money to do her videos than they were paying him, and he got fucking butthurt about it, and he went on a little spree where he's like, I'm gonna ruin your whole fucking life and other shit like that. Like the whole video is like the perfect like culmination of the situation because it goes from like the very beginning of where she started working for him, all the things that she's done for him, the things that he does to other people, when he started harassing her because she quit working for him, when the other company started paying her more for her videos because of the CPM, the cost per minute algorithm thing. And then it culminates into he would file false police reports to get her, because she was on probation at the time. He would file false police reports. And if you're on probation at the time and you get another charge while you're on probation, your bail is revoked. Like you can't be out and about
Right.
if you have a charge. And that's basically what he was trying to do. And
Right.
luckily for her, the magistrate court saw what he was trying to do. They saw all the police reports from the different agencies from the area and saw that he was like across the country doing this, trying to get her put in jail because she wouldn't fall in line with his little bullshit scheming.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Well, when I put it in the riot room, right? Georgia was like, "So is this based on a true story?" I was like, "No, the woman narrating is the person that is going through this right now. She's literally giving us an update on the situation, explaining how it all happened. This is not some like fictitious like drama made up to get some views off of YouTube. This is literally her explaining the situation that she's in and explaining how she got into the situation."
Wow.
Wild.
And Don, I don't know if you know about Cyrex at all, right? Do you know anything about Cyrex?
Oh yeah, that jerk.
So
I heard
she
that.
was the,
I heard
she
that.
was
He
she
sent
was the one that she was the
he
one that
sent
originally exposed him for being a pedophile. She was the one that catfished him as a minor and got and basically he sent a dick pic to her when she was saying that she was like 14, and then that all spiraled from there. I've talked to her on like a personal level before, and she's given me advice about videos. Like I love Kate. Kate's an awesome woman. She's got 3 kids. She's taken care of by herself. She doesn't have a man. She depends on everything by herself. And now she's dealing with this dumbass motherfucker that thinks that he can just file false police reports and get her on another fucking charge.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like my doctor. Because I have a
It's
friend
psychopathic.
who's a content creator, and yeah, and all he does, like for 4 times, he actually says it on whatever, that he's gonna get this person kids taken away and everything like that. And
Mm-hmm.
for like maybe 5 or 6 times, he actually calls the CPS person. I'm like, jeez,
See, here's the
all
gray
just
area.
because.
Here's the gray area of the entire situation, right? I'm totally up for like doxing people that are like pedophiles and shit like that. Like they should have no peace in their life. If you're
Right.
after kids, you should not feel a
Mm-hmm.
moment of peace. You should be looking over your shoulder 24/7. But when it comes to somebody
Yeah.
who is not really deserving of that kind of hate and doxing, like I have my own trolls, right? I have this one guy, he's been threatening to dox me for like 7 fucking months now. And when he came out with the dox, it was the wrong fucking information. Like, didn't even have the right name or even state that I was fucking in. And I
Damn.
understand, like, you get to a point where you just feel like you have to do something about the situation. And I relate to that on the level that I got a pedophile fired from his job where he was working with kids a day after he got the fucking job in the first place. But that needed to be done. You can't have people like that in a position where they can be around children. And I made sure that didn't fucking happen.
Right.
100%.
When it comes to like the petty bullshit of like, oh, well, you called me a pussy, well, here's your family's address. Like, that bullshit, that don't fly. That don't fly. Like, you can't justify that in the situation.
If I have a problem with you, I have a problem with you. I don't have a problem with the family and stuff. Now, in one thing, I did that when I was younger, but you know what? I don't do that no more.
Like, if you're truly deserving of something, like
Oh,
you're
yeah.
slandering people, like you're saying things that aren't true and trying to pass it off as like you have the information that is true, you deserve it 110%. You deserve both barrels of the fucking shotgun. But like, if you're sitting up here like you have a personal beef with somebody and you're
Right.
just doing it as like a get back, you can go fuck yourself with that. Like, there's no reason to take this extra
Pretty
step of
much.
getting family involved and shit like that when it comes down to you just don't like somebody.
That part.
You have to have a reason behind it. There has to be like an honest to God, this person deserves this kind of reason before you do something like that.
Yeah.
And that's what they don't get nowadays. I understand, like, everybody's information is out there on the internet, right? Everybody's information, you can just go Google somebody with their whole last name and their whole town and all that shit. I understand that, right? It's the age of information. Everything's out there on the internet. Whether you put it out there yourself or it is involuntarily put out there, people are gonna find it. And if you do not realize that you have to protect yourself in every aspect of that point of view, like using your real name, using things like that, you have to realize you're gonna get some kind of shit from people on the internet, because that's just what it is. People on the internet. Unless you're someone like AD that's going to show up at your fucking house when they have a beef. You know, that sort of shit. But when it comes down to it, everything that happens in the dark will come to the light. You're going to have to face the beef someday. Whether that day comes today, tomorrow, or next week, that shit's going to happen, and you got to stand on it with 10 toes. You can't fucking backtrack from what you said. That's why I say what I mean, and I mean what I say, because everything that I talk about, I don't fucking speculate. The only time that I fucking speculate is when someone is willingly not giving up information. if they are purposely trying to
Pretty
hide
much.
things and not tell the truth, that's when we can speculate. But any other time, you have to come with the facts. You can't come up here with some half-assed narrative you came up when you were fucking high on fentanyl, fucking geeked out, building a
Yo.
steering wheel for a car you don't even fucking have. Like,
You are on your last
Yo,
neuron, and you
yo,
came with an
man.
idea.
No. Nah, you know what's funny? I mean, I like this whole the whole beef and doxing and everything like that. It came just because I said I'm a Dominican, which I am, and I proved it. So what happened? What happened was is that you had some of these detractors and everything like that trying to tell me what I'm not. Got into an argument and everything like that, and then you have certain people that do, oh, you not this. I'm like, okay, so why don't you say it to my face? Well, yeah, you ain't. So it is
That part.
not valid. And
that's where I think that I have the unfair advantage, because my house is not a house that you just stumble upon. My house, I have like a driveway it's a little over a quarter of a mile long. You have to go to the end of the driveway, go through a green gate that has a lock on it to get back to my house. You do not just stumble upon my shit.
Right. You have to stalk me real good to find me.
And if you do that, you're getting fucking shot.
There you go.
damn,
That's called
Like,
the property line.
Full,
That's called the property line rule.
full metal jacket can go through a windshield, no fucking problem, dog.
Hoorah!
Woo.
Like, unless
You
you're
ain't
rolling up
playing,
in like the
baby.
presidential limousine, you're not gonna fucking stop me from putting 5 fucking holes in your windshield before you can even stop the goddamn car.
Damn. Yeah. We're going to talk behind the scenes, AP.
I'll be on Instagram. I always got my notifications on.
But damn. You ain't playing.
Like, I got these extended magazines for a reason. If I can't shoot out your windshield, I'm gonna shoot your fucking tires.
In other
Dang.
words, you ain't going nowhere. They're gonna be standing there as target practice.
Set up with a
Pretty
fucking
much.
bipod on the goddamn roof. Got a fucking crow's nest.
Yeah,
up there.
so you're about to you rambling these dudes, man. You like I'm just talking about the last ramble, you know, the cartels and everything like that. You know what happened to them.
Yeah.
You know, the law says you can't set up booby traps, but that don't mean I can't set up something where I can blow it up remotely.
Yeah,
Right.
perimeter mortar. The ones that blow out, depending where you're pointing it at.
Have a goddamn claymore mine
Yep.
set up a tree cam.
The problem with that is that any animal can detonate it. You don't want that to happen.
No, not if you have it set up through a Wi-Fi network. Have a wireless camera set up so it pings it to your phone whenever you get a moment notification. You get a little ping on your phone that there's something in front of the camera. You go and look at the camera feed and see what it is.
Ejection button. Bloop.
Activate boosters, motherfucker. Better put your goddamn seatbelt on. We're going to the fucking solar system.
It's a boost, all right. To the moon.
Dang.
To heaven. Not even to the moon. You're going to heaven, bro. And then you're going to get shot right down to hell because you've been a piece of shit all your life.
That you're going to heaven. That's if you're going to heaven.
You're going to heaven just to get denied at the pearly
Yeah.
gates. You got to wait in line with the DMV.
You're going to heaven just to get denied at the throne and shot right back down. Hey, you shouldn't have did that. But let me defend. There's nothing to defend yourself. Bye.
Well, I'd imagine you if you get up there, you'd have to have a reason why you're being shot back down. They wouldn't just like, yo, yeah, fuck you. Like they'd just be like, oh, you did this, you posted this kid's picture on your thing, you posted this
I
address,
mean, check
you
this
got this
out.
going on.
The Bible says something about when we reach the throne room, because we are there at that moment, our mind is filled with all the knowledge that we were missing. So we'll be able to be self aware enough to remember each part of our history. So when God says, "Oh yeah, you know why you're not coming in," the relish just gonna pass in your head. You're gonna see what you did. It's like, oh yeah, that part.
Remember
Yeah.
this time in 1993 when you kicked
Yeah.
that stray cat? Remember that, you dickhead? You threw it down the storm gutter, and you're just like, ah, fuck you, and you know, like it's the littlest things that people don't think about that are gonna get you
Remember
hemmed up.
that time you tied that Alka Seltzer to a string and put some cheese on it and let a seagull eat it and waited for it to poop it, and then you were flying the seagull like a kite?
Exploding birds. It's just like
That
carrier
Yo,
pigeons.
yo,
They put fucking bombs on them in World War One.
Yo, it's so wild. Yo. Kids do the darndest things, man. And then become adults and still want to keep doing it. That's why they belong in jail.
I would like to say this, like the extent of my trolling that I've done on the internet, where like I've come at somebody and like did some nefarious shit, right? The most recent thing was I ordered a box of elephant shit to be delivered
Oh,
to
wow.
Brandy's house, and it got seized at customs because the bag broke during shipping.
Wow.
damn.
That's hilarious. I'm about to laugh about that like for the next month.
Oh, I didn't even tell you the best part, bro. The best part was
hit me.
What?
there was supposed to be a note attached to it from Willie Wise Guy that said, "Try this coffee. It gives me real energy when I troll AD."
Oh God.
So she'd at least so when she got the package and she saw that it was something brown in a bag, she would at least open it and get the waft of the scent of the elephant shit that got shipped from the United States. Like,
Or she would have been dumb enough to actually believe the message.
try to brew some
Actually
elephant
try
dung
to brew some elephant poop.
and that would have
She
been the
would have
best
licked it
fucking
on
part,
that.
bro. But customs had to be dickheads about it and seize the fucking package. Now I have to contact some fucking company in the United Kingdom to get my money back. I spent $40 on that shit to be shipped over. Literal shit to be shipped over, and
I
it
spent
got
$40 to get that shit shipped over. Literally. That's funny.
And
Yo, AP, you got it, bro. That's hilarious.
You got it.
The reason I went for elephant shit is because number one, they were out of gorilla shit, and if they had gorilla shit, I don't know how that would look optically if a white guy was sending a black woman gorilla shit. You know, that might be taken in the wrong context.
I see.
Right.
You know, you got to think about these things. You got to think 4D chess, not 3D.
I know, we went 5D there.
Damn.
Let's just say shit happens.
That part. Literally.
Yeah.
Shit happens and it might continue to happen.
What, dude? I brought so many trolls over from like the Cyrex community to fuck with her. They were sending plumbers to her house at 3:00 in the morning, saying they were
your toilet clogged.
They were contacting me, so like, should I send some hookers over there? And I was like, well, she's bisexual, so that she probably fucked the hooker, so I wouldn't do that.
Pardon me.
And there's just so many levels to when it comes to this trolling thing, where you have to think like, how is this going to be traced back to me, and can I really trust what I'm putting out there to be solely not traceable? And you have to actually know your shit, no pun intended, to be able to not only order elephant dung from a zoo in the United Kingdom under a false alias and have it imported to the United States, but also make sure that it cannot be traced back to you.
Right.
That part.
Like Don, I don't know how much you know about the local award show that we're going to be putting on about like a week and a half or something like that. But like, there's like 12
Nah, I
categories.
don't, but inform me.
I'm the one that's putting that all together on the back end. Like, I'm the one making the categories, doing like the how many cows are for each category, blah 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 blah, and making the videos that are announcing each category. And what I plan on doing is I plan on making each category as a separate own video. It'll be a curtain that opens and then presents each of the cows. AD can pause it so we can present each of the cows and each like show each one like an actual award show, like an actual show.
Let me know, AP.
Yeah.
Let me know if you need some scores or some music for that, because I produce.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yes.
But
your AP, whatever happened to this guy? I mean, I see him as harmless, but they call him a low cow. What's his name? Cobra.
So the only reason King Cobra is a locale is because he's not self-aware enough to realize what he's doing is fucking disgusting. Like he had a Valentine's Day like drink hack. He does these like drink hacks. He's an alcoholic. So he's like he can't survive without alcohol. And the only reason that he live streams is so people can give him donations so he can get more alcohol. And him being the way that he is, he has Asperger's and autism, so he's not the sharpest spoon in the drawer. But he does gross things. Like he made a steak one time, right? He cooked it in some kind of like shrimp butter, and the thing wasn't even fucking cooked all the way through. Like, I understand having things like rare, medium rare, things like that, but this cow was still fucking mooing when he put it in the goddamn stove. Like he put it on there, he coated it in cheese, he coated it in like all this other shit. He made all this like bullshit. Like he orders food from Taco Bell, and then he'll put like crab cakes inside of the Taco Bell burrito. Like he does stupid shit like that. That's why he's a locale. He still makes videos and shit like that, does live streams, but it's like all about like, oh, the steak food hack tubes. You better get on it, bro. That's most definitely what's up, bro.
So he's the living embodiment of the breakfast meme.
Breakfast.
Yeah.
Breakfast.
So
he
is, but he's not a downy. He's more of a he's more of a well, I didn't get that joke. You got to explain that to me. Like he's not like he's not the fastest car on the road, if you catch my drift.
Facts.
Cobra. That boils down to what is a locale, because what is a locale but someone that posts their entire life on the internet, good, bad, the ugly, everything in between. They post their entire life on the internet, and then when they get the slightest bit of criticism, they freak out. That's basically what a locale is. It's someone that you can milk for laughs. Lol cow. A laughing cow. A cow you can get laughs out of. And like I've been looking at locales since 2021. That's when I fell down the rabbit hole of all these degenerate motherfuckers out here, right? I started making videos February of last year. I got monetized in July. And there was one cow that caught my attention primarily, and that was Cyrax, Chance Wilkins. He's a pedophile. He's a music thief. He steals other people's beats, steals other people's music, steals other people's artwork, passes it off as his own, and then cries, bitches, and moans when someone calls him out for it.
No, but you want to know what's so disgusting about Cyrax? Like, what the heck he's going? You see him with the guitar, you see him with some mic and stuff like that. I'm like, yo, this music is crap. I'm not gonna go around and say that I'm the
Dude,
professor of music
he
or anything like that, but I don't know what he's doing. I'm like, yo, this is crap. Next.
so
That's wild.
he's 34. He's never had a job. He's lived with his grandma his entire life, whether it be in the basement or the attic. He's always done the same shit. Thought he was a musician, had record labels quote unquote sign him when they were actually just trolling him, and he just sits there and bitches and moans and
Yeah,
complains because other people are copywriting his music. And then he says that it's his intellectual property as soon as he makes it, yet he doesn't have the copyright for it. I'm
That's
sorry to tell you
hilarious.
this, but when you're in the actual real world of law, copyright trumps what you have to prove intellectual property of you making something. If someone
Correct.
copyrights it before you do, they own it.
Yep.
Regardless of you making it,
yep,
you having proof that you made it, they own it
Hands in
because they
court.
got the copyright first.
Yep.
right.
He can't
Yep.
seem to understand that. He goes on video and he shows like his OBS folder where it's like he recorded the AI making his fucking music for him. It's not even his voice, not even his shit.
Uh,
It's literally AI fucking
all right,
music.
but all right, but there's one thing I gotta ask though, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so he's a music thief, right? So how does he actually steals music from artists and such like that? Explain that part.
So if you look at the recent video that I did on my channel, right? It was a
Right.
58-second clip that I turned into a 2-minute clip because of my intro, my outro, and the captions I had on there, the little blank space at the end that said captions by AP, shit by Cyrex. So he literally shit himself on a live stream.
Ew.
He was doing a music cover. He was
Mm,
screeching over everybody else's music so badly that he pushed a little bit too hard and he shit himself, right?
Yeah.
He muted his microphone, but when he took his headset off, it unmuted the microphone. So you could hear everything that was happening. So his music that he was doing, right? When I posted that originally, it got copyright claimed because of that like
oh
10 seconds
wow.
of song that was in there. It got copyright claimed. So even if I were to have monetization on the video, I couldn't make any money from it because of that 10
Mhm.
seconds of a fucking song. So you got to imagine when he does these 3-hour live streams where he's just doing songs back to back to back to back to back, he's never made any fucking money off of it. And he calls it a
Correct.
career. He calls it a career,
That's one thing
screeching over
that
somebody
was
else's
one thing
music.
when I was introduced to. Yeah, it was like he has a guitar, and then he has like a voice that eerie voice box. I'm like, what the heck is your
The
music?
only thing that
Is this
he's
supposed to
good
be-
at, and I will sit on this with my whole chest out, right? The only thing that he's good at is sticking things up his butt.
Done.
Because that is something that he has literally done. He has literally picked his ass
Yeah.
on camera, went around there digging for some black gold, and then sniffed his
Oh,
goddamn finger afterwards.
Hey yo, hey yo, damn.
That's
He
brutal.
he went picking for berries, but all he found was shit.
Yeah, he went picking for berries. All he found was dungleberries.
So
Pete, Pete. Let's put it like
I'm
this. Cyrax is like the ugly version of Nicolas Cage. I'm just giving you a
Copy.
foresight of that, bro. Yeah. A
That's
bald
funny.
Nicolas Cage.
I
That.
I will counter that argument because Cyrex has tried to make a movie before and it looked like some kind of dungeon porn. Okay. He made a movie called The Darkness where he was like screaming in front of his mirror and was like, oh, what was that? It was on some shitty, like low resolution camera where you couldn't even see anything. And he was acting like it was some big motion picture. And it was the fact that he considered himself like a content creator. No, You're the content to make things on. You're not the content creator. You say something stupid, we make a fucking video about you saying something stupid. That's the
wild.
entire
Right.
precipice about everything about this little goblin. And we call him a goblin because he's 4'9" and he looks like a fucking stick. He's
That's
got
crazy.
he's not muscular. Like, he doesn't work out. He just has no body fat. That's why he looks like he's lean. He has no body fat whatsoever, so it looks like he actually works out when he doesn't. He doesn't.
What's Goblin Slayer when you really need him?
Well, he looks like Goblin.
Yeah.
We call him the Goblin because he looks like fucking Schmeagol from the fucking Lord of the Rings.
My
Like
precious.
Yes, exactly. And I use that all the time in my fucking thumbnails whenever I use AI. I literally type in Gollum and then insert action here followed by what he's wearing.
Wow.
He's got
Yeah,
a skullet,
okay,
bro.
so-
He's balding on the top. He's got the sides growing out and the back growing out with a fucking beard. And he's got the entire center, and it's full of scabs because he's sitting here stress scratching his fucking skull so hard. He's got scabs on his head.
That's wild.
Oh, yeah. That part. So, all right. So what? So, all right. So you said that he's been living with his grandma all his life, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's 34 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened to his mother supposedly?
So
Was there a backstory of that, or just?
There is. There's a whole lore behind it. So Cyrax was born to Rupal Mark Smith and Connie. Okay, Rupal is the son of his grandmother, right? Sally. Sally is his grandma. He is Sally's grandson, but she adopted him at birth because his mother could not take care of him. His father at the time was in jail for raping a 14-year-old on a bike path in Alaska.
I'm done.
And his mother died in a trailer fire because she was too retarded to cook ramen noodles.
Fuck.
You think I'm fucking joking? I'm not. That was literally the cause of death that the fire department determined was a pot of ramen on the stove had overboiled and all the water had evaporated and it caught on fire and burned the trailer down while she was asleep on the couch.
Wow.
That's why if you Google his address, 339 Lloyd Street, Akron, Ohio, there are literally businesses set up linked to that address called Connie Crispy Crematorium.
That's wild. Crispy Crematorium.
You said 339 Akron, Ohio.
Lloyd Street, LLOYD Street, Akron, Ohio. If you go to Google Maps and you have the businesses tab enabled, all that pops up is businesses related to something trolling Cyrax. I had a business on there for one time. Let me see if I can find the fucking screenshot of it. Mine was even worse than that because I went really hard in the paint when I did mine, but I lost the business because I didn't renew the license. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Got you.
That's wild.
So when I made the business on there, so I most people that talk about Cyrax have never had like a direct interaction with Cyrax, right? They've never had like a direct back and forth with Cyrax. I actually have had a direct back and forth with Cyrax, right? I went on a panel when he was with some guy that was like defending his bullshit. And the guy was only reading super chats, like questions from the chat if they were donations. And that's some bullshit. You shouldn't do that. you should address like all the comments. But like when it comes to Cyrax, when you have like 100,000 people that fucking hate your guts, you know, it's hard to read all the comments.
Right.
But the thing with it is, when it comes to Cyrax, it's not really like possible to do that because he's got so many haters that it's just like mind-numbingly tedious to try to stop that.
Wow.
Right.
And
Wow.
like you can't really stop that. You just kind of have to have a good moderation team that stops people from commenting that bullshit in the chat. But
Wow.
the thing with the guy that he was like with was that guy didn't care. He didn't care one fucking bit about Cyrax. He was just about getting money from using Cyrax's name. And it comes to find out that guy also had domestic violence charges on his record. Also bragged about fucking he was talking about one time he was dating a 16-year-old when he was 23. So like you are the company that you keep.
I'm like, yo, that's amazing.
Okay, I found it. So the business was called Your Turn Cutie Youth Correspondence Center.
Your Turn Cutie? Hey, yo.
Well, that was a quote directly what he said to a catfish that was pretending to be a minor. He sent a picture of his dick, and his response afterwards was, "Your turn, cutie." So,
damn.
It was listed as a Catholic school. Ha ha ha.
That's wild.
And the description was, it says, from the owner, and it has a little bracket. It says, here at Your Turn Cutie Youth Correspondence Center, we are big on all types of youth outreach programs on all forms of media. We offer a wide selection of services, such as projectors for sale and an in-house petting zoo. Main exhibits are a zooted primate hooked on Percocet, a goblin, and several species of vermins and insects, and a thick-skulled hippo. We host daily giveaways. Whatever you find outside is free to the first comer. Feel free to lounge around the front lawn, knock on the door, or even sip sludge on the front porch. And trust me when I say this, man, you'll have a gablastic time at Your Turn Cutie. Speak to our secretary, Sally, for exclusive deals on all sorts of bug-infested mattresses. Speak to our resident pharmacist, Ed, for all specials on over-the-counter pain relief, including off-brand Percocet.
I'm done.
Yeah, I went hard with pain when I was doing it.
Damn.
And I think I was bored at work one day and I saw that people were doing that. And I was like, fuck it, I'll give it a try.
That's hilarious.
Damn.
Like people have mailed this motherfucker baby powder before and claimed that it was anthrax in a note. They had the bomb squad out there. Like people have trolled him into fucking oblivion, but he's still up here running his fucking cocksucker.
That's just wild.
Yeah. I mean, what does a man do at his house every day that he don't even talk to people?
Jack off.
And the homie's 34. That
Jack
too,
off.
but still, I'm just saying. That too, but I'm saying. Like,
so he plays
like,
video games like he plays video games like Fortnite and Forza and just sits there on his ass all day and claims that he's doing quote unquote hard ass work when he's actually doing absolutely fucking nothing every day of his fucking life. In the past 19 years that he's, been able to work, that's judging, he's 34. If you start working at 15, that's 19 years. He's made $150. He doesn't even have a driver's license. Motherfucker doesn't even know his own social security number.
Wow.
So people wonder, like, oh, why do you go so hard in on this guy? Why do you make videos about this guy? Why do you do all this stuff and give your commentary about the stupid stuff he posts on the internet? This is fucking why. Because he's a 34-year-old pedophile who lives in his grandma's attic, who his main troll had to pull up on him 3 fucking times just for him to get his fucking shit rocked. The third time, when Marty had an Airbnb that was right down the road from Cyrex's house, that's when the goblin actually went down the street to go talk to him. And you know what happened? He crossed that fucking line where he went on the property and he got his fucking face smashed in. He got his nose fucking broken for that.
Shit. Talk about learning the hard way.
It wasn't the hard way. This motherfucker, his main troll was literally holding him down on the ground and said to him, "Who's the king?" And this motherfucker said, "You are." And he goes, "Okay, then get up, run away now. Don't fucking come back."
Damn.
He had this fucking goblin on the ground crying like a little bitch, laying in a pool of his own fucking blood from his fucking nose. And he had to sit there and say, "You win, you win. Please stop, I'm begging you."
Yeah, he had him scream over, huh?
Wow.
Yeah. He had him on the fucking ground, dog.
Wow. Damn.
I'll pull the fucking video up right now.
Wow.
Hold on.
That's all
Hold
I
on.
say. I wish I could post it right there, but then that present problems always.
I woke up to that, right? So there was one time when a protester came to his house. He had a t-shirt wrapped around his head like a fucking Afghan do-rag, basically, and he had a sign that said Chance Wilkins is a pedophile, and he was standing out in front of Cyrex's house on the sidewalk with that sign. Cyrex came out of his house with a baseball bat, swung on the dude. The dude caught the bat with one hand, took the bat away from him, threw the bat on the ground, and a neighbor had to step in to prevent him from getting his ass beat.
Damn.
Like, I gotta give it to Cyrex. Unlike fucking Willie, he actually stepped outside.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Hold on. Don, do you mind if I share this video real quick?
Hey, do it.
Let me see if I can do this real quick. Share. Can you see that? Can you pull my my screen up for a second?
Not yet. All right. Like I said, I still can't. I don't know. All right. Yeah, I see it now.
Okay. So, context.
All right.
Marty had shown up. Marty had shown up 3 different times to the Goblin, right? He had pulled up one time where he just did like a quick drive-by where he was taking pictures out the window. And then the second time he actually got out and stood around in the snow waiting for Cyrex to come out. Cyrex ended up calling the police on him. And Marty just left before the police got there. And the third time, Marty was in town all day handing out pizza and Gatorade to the homeless people of Akron, Ohio. And he had an Airbnb down the street from Cyrex. He was on his porch of his Airbnb filming this from his laptop, and this is what happened.
His lights off.
Yeah. That. I guess I really would have to go and get opera. All right.
Here it is. Come on by, buddy boy. Come on by, Cyrex.
Yeah, that's the problem I'll be getting sometimes. When I try to do that with Google and the video is not showing up, I'm like, jeez. All right.
bitch. No! Get the fuck out of here. Who's the king? You are? Then run away now.
What the hell?
You win. You win. You win. Please let me go. I'm begging you. Please. Get the fuck out of here. Get up. Get the fuck up. Bitch.
It looked like some independent film, scary movie, some shit.
Damn.
That shit looked like a paranormal activity in the street.
What it was Cyrex was like a block away.
Yeah.
He comes walking down from his house, not wearing his shirt in the fucking rain, and he's like, I thought I told you you're not supposed to be here. And then Marty's like, oh, come on by, buddy boy. Come on by, Cyrex. And he's like, thought I told you you're not supposed to be here. And then as soon as he stepped over that fence, Marty clocked him right in the fucking nose, knocked him on the ground, held him on the ground. He's like, who's the king? Who's the king? He's like, you are. You are.
Wow.
It's my favorite clip. It was like the highlight of 2023.
I'm done.
He got punked out, but yet he's still on the fucking internet talking shit. Never walks outside, never sees daylight besides when he opens his fucking blinds.
Yeah.
Now you understand why I go at this little bastard a little bit harder than other people do. Because it's like, he claims to have all these problems. I understand he was a preemie, right? He was a premature birth. But that doesn't give you the right to be a degenerate on the internet. Just because you're a little fucked up in the head doesn't mean you get to perpetuate your degeneracy to other people.
Right.
Wow.
It's been a lot of fun being in that.
So how did he come up with the? So how did he call himself Cyrex? How did he get that name?
So he stole it from an ex-band member that he had. He was a part of some label with this guy Eric Scrubolo, right? And Eric Scrubolo had this album called the Cyrex Complex. And the Cyrex Complex was basically based off like Cyrex from Mortal Kombat.
Right.
Right? And when Cyrex had his falling out with Eric, he went from being from Chance Wilkins to DJ Shadowblade to Cyrex. And he stole the name from his ex-band member because he's a little thieving goblin. And you know, he steals everything he has. Yeah. Music, artwork, ideas for videos to do, gameplay and shit. He's even stole other people's gameplay and said that it was him playing it. Like, he's a bitch. He's a fucking bitch. He can't do anything for himself, and what he can do for himself isn't worth a goddamn thing.
Too much stealing.
Well, he's a goblin. Goblins are naturally greedy creatures. That's why we call him the Goblin. Besides him being, 4'9" and 100 pounds soaking wet.
Sounds like fun.
It is. And I brought this up when I was on panel with him that one time. I brought this up. I said, at the time I was 24 years old, right? I had been working since I was 16. He was 30, 32, 33, maybe closer on the 32 side because his birthday's in September. Mine's in February. But he made $150 in the 19 years that he could have been working. And from the 9 years that I was working, I made $500,000. I literally went back through and updated, looked at all my W-2s from all the jobs that I've had and added all the money together, all the revenue streams. And it was a little bit over $500,000. And in 19 years, he's only made 150. And that 150, he never even cashed out because he got his channel banned before he can cash it out.
That's wild.
It's a rabbit hole and a half. If you feel like jumping down it, I recommend a parachute because it's a long way down from here.
I hear you. I happen to like parachuting though.
You'll find some crazy shit. You'll find some very deplorable shit from his side.
I love skydiving, man. Skydiving is, yeah. It's
But
nothing more exhilarating knowing you're alive than when you're falling out in the clear blue sky, like whoa.
and that's one of the reasons why I primarily cover him. Like I'll look at other cows like Cobra and Now and Gail Cord Schuler. She's an older cow, but she's just as fucking mentally fucked up. But I cover him mostly because he just not get it. He had Turkey Tom.
Yeah, I'm back.
He had Turkey Tom make a
Happy.
fucking video about him. Turkey Tom had like over 1 million views on that fucking video within a week.
That's wild.
Damn.
Like it's not just this small community of trolls coming at him anymore. It is literally millions of people that hate this piece of shit, and he just can't seem to realize that.
Damn.
That's funny.
And that's only like 1/19 of his lore. That's not even like the full picture. It's like such a small part of his fucking life that it's ridiculous. Like he's gone through so many catfishes, people pretending to be other people pretending to be like love interests and shit like that. And he claims there's this signature phrase that he has where he's like, 7 years, Marty. You've been fucking with me for 7 years. Well, he's been saying 7 years for the past 3 years.
7 years. Wow.
So wouldn't that be 10?
Yeah. So Marty only started fucking with him in 2019. That's when Marty came into his picture in 2019. Because there was a woman who would do live streams with the Juggalos, right? Because Cyrex was a part of the Juggalo community.
I think the Juggalos need to kick him out. I'm being for real.
He was never a part of the Juggalo community. He would just go on podcasts with people that were Juggalos and say that he was a Juggalo, yet he couldn't name a single fucking song they did or what his fucking favorite album was. And
yeah, I remember people started using the Juggalos when it was like okay, like maybe mid 2002, 2003, when it was like Yahoo Chat Messenger and AOL Messenger. They had their own. Yeah.
But he's saying this in like 2016, 2017, 2018 that he's a Juggalo for life. It's about family, blah, 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 blah. But you know how this all fucking started? That same woman that was doing those live streams where she was just like talking about Juggalos and she would have Cyrex on occasionally because he was claiming to be a Juggalo and shit like that. Marty was dating her. She died unexpectedly. And Cyrex had texted Marty and asked for her nudes.
Wow. Disrespectful.
She would have wanted me to have them. She liked me in that way. She would have wanted me to have asking for a dead woman's nudes, bro. That's where this all started.
Wild.
That's where this all fucking started. He pissed off the wrong motherfucker, and he's been fucking with him for like 6 or 7 years now.
Damn. That's crazy.
Sounds about right.
Crazy.
It's a wild fucking playthrough, bro. Like he's speed run a cow. Like I've never seen someone become a low cow faster.
So he's the first SLC in history, huh?
Now, so if you want to look at like who was the first cow, right?
No, Speed, the first Speed cow, because you said that his trajectory was quick. So I said,
It was more of like a compilation of not being able to take criticism and not realizing that he didn't have the talent to be a music artist. Like he had like multiple videos of him playing the guitar. He dropped the guitar like 3 times.
okay,
I mean,
that's awkward. That comes with a strap,
So if you want to like dive down the lol cow rabbit hole here, the first cow, like the first actual documented cow, was Chris Chan. The lore of Chris Chan goes back to
I've heard of Chris Chan.
1998, I think, somewhere around there.
All right.
It was mid to late 90s, and it was his first appearance. He appeared on a TV news spot because he won some giveaway for Sonic the Hedgehog. It was some like you know how the cartoons back in the day, they'd have like a message, like every day they have a cartoon and there'd be a letter, and then you write in a letter to the company with all the letters to spell out a message, and you get like a sweepstakes or whatever. They choose a random winner.
Yeah.
So he won that, and what he won was a $1,000 shopping spree at a video game store where he bought a whole bunch of Sonic. And then when he was in high school, he made a comic that was a ripoff of Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu, and he called it Sonichu. And then ever then, like, people have been fucking with him on the internet ever since he started making videos. And
wow.
Now he's transgendered. He thinks he's Jesus Christ and he's like the savior, and there's an alternate dimensions where cartoons are real. And it was this whole big
Wait, what?
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What? Wait. Yo. That is like really?
Yes. He believes
He's
it
living
with his
that
whole
acid
chest.
life.
He went to jail for fucking his own mother, and the only reason the charge didn't stick is because his mother has dementia and couldn't testify against him.
That
What?
is
Yo.
wild.
Yo.
So it went from this point of like some regard on the internet that can't take criticism and just overreacts to everything to people were feeding him information about an alternate dimension where cartoons were real and you'd live next to Peter Griffin and Homer Simpson and all this other shit, and all the cartoons were real, and he just had to get to the other dimension. Usually when that sort of shit happens, it's usually to get the person to kill themselves to get to that afterlife where the cartoons are living. But that's not what happened. He made this whole like comic book universe where he was talking about like his own city called Quickville because his name is Christian Weston Chandler, CWC, Quick, that's where it came from. But he was like the god of his own universe, and then he went to jail, and since they didn't have a library in the jail, all he read was the Bible, the Quran, and all the religious texts, and he spent a year and 7 months in jail, got out on a technicality, and he thinks he's Jesus Christ now. So
Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
it gets fucking insane over here, bro.
I mean, that whole story is
Layers.
insane.
The layers.
Dude, we're gonna get Shrek on this bitch because this is like an onion. Onions have layers.
Wow.
And I think the funniest one was he. So do any of you guys watch anime at all? Like Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah, I do.
Of course.
Yeah, I do.
Do you know Mr. Popo?
Of course. I'm
Of
Mr.
course.
Popo.
He cosplayed as him, and he sang a song about the N-word, where he replaced the N-word.
Yeah, that would have got him knocked out at an anime convention.
It was a song that Uncle Ruckus sang from the Boondocks, right?
Oh, yo.
He replaced the N-word with the soft A with NIBBOS. and he dressed up like Mr. Popo in blackface and sang that song on a fucking video. And there was also a time where there was this demented troll that was trolling him, pretending to be his girlfriend and stuff like that. The kid was like 13 at the time. And he had him on video sticking he has this like Crayola model clay like medallion thing that he made that's like the Sonichu medallion. It's like a cursed item. And he had him cut it up into pieces and stick it up his ass on camera.
I'm done.
Like, damn.
I'm done.
Now, put that in the context of the person that was making him do this hacked his PSN account, and Chris was like a diehard like PSN fan. Like he would buy DLC for games he didn't even fucking own. Like he was a diehard like support Sony, support PlayStation kind of person. And this person had hacked his PlayStation account and was threatening to sell it on eBay to the highest bidder. And the only way that he could get him to not do that was to stick his medallion up his ass. And
No.
you're dealing with a 30-year-old man that has severe autism, and not autism in the good way, like he's super smart. Autism in the bad way, like he's so naive that he can't understand when someone's trolling him.
Wow.
Shit gets wild when you dive down the rabbit hole, bro. Like he is the quintessential cow. He is the cow that started everything. Everything after the fact, everybody compares to Chris Chan because he is the first cow that ever happened.
That was very moving.
Yeah, wow. It's like I never knew that much, but after you broke it down, AP, I'm like, yo, you are regular on my channel always, AP. I'm just letting you know that.
So he had I don't mean to deflect from the praise I'm getting here, but like he had a girlfriend one time that was a troll, and she had a hidden camera on her that was recording the entire thing, right? And she went to the mall with him. She met his dad. They talked for a little bit, and then they were just gonna go walk around the mall for a little bit. And then a guy in a fucking pickle costume showed up and stole his bitch right in front of him. Like, dude, he literally walked up wearing a pickle costume. He had like a full like Halloween costume that made him look like a pickle. And he walked up and was like, "Hey, you want to go see Watchmen together?" And she's like, "Yeah." And then she left Chris in the dust. She literally walked away from Chris, left him standing in the middle of the mall by himself, while she went off with this guy that just like went up and rizzed her for 2 seconds. And then she was just like, "Oh yeah, let's go watch Watchmen," even though it's a 3.5-hour movie. Like the level of public humiliation that comes along with this type of shit is just fucking ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
If you're interested, go look into Smokey MCC and Kiwi Tapes. They have a good compilation of all the Chris Chan shit. It basically summarizes everything. And it was one of the first videos that I watched about locals. And that kind of cemented in my mind, like, you're not dealing with people that are functional human beings. You're dealing with people that are half-assed and have mental issues that come up here on the internet and don't understand when they should just leave.
Yeah, that part.
I've made some Chris Chan videos in the past. I had like a whole like 3-part series that I did. I called it the Lolcow Library, and like each individual section was like a different cow, and I went through their entire life from birth to where they are now. And I had to scrap the whole series because I did a rebrand of my channel, and I wasn't using the same avatars that I was using, and it was a totally different thing because of some guy that had hair up his ass because I called him a pussy and I said he wouldn't do shit, and then he threatened to dox me and did all this other stuff, and I rebranded everything to just appeal that side of the community, because like I had this meme on my phone that my brother sent me, or it was like do you know the TV show Bluey?
Yeah.
The Australian TV show about the German shepherds, or the Australian shepherds, whatever.
Yeah.
But it was a meme where it was like one of those characters with an M4 wearing a plate carrier with plates in it, and at the bottom it said, "Pedophiles aren't people. Aim for the head." And I used that as my profile picture, and then I had an artist like redesign like the image to make it like an avatar for me. And then they accused me of being a pedophile because I was using that as my profile picture. They're like, "Oh,
because they weren't seeing the other part. All they were seeing was the part that said the pedophile are people."
They were seeing, "Oh, you're using a kid's cartoon character as a profile picture. What are you trying to do? Lure in kids? Your videos when you're talking about people that are degenerate on the internet?" I was like,
that's so crazy.
I was like, okay, what the fuck do you want me to do? And the option was rebrand or delete your YouTube channel. And at that point, I was already at like 1,000 subscribers. So I was like, I'm not going to delete my entire channel where I'm talking about Rex just because some people had a problem with my use of Avatar. Like, it's safe to say if a cartoon has guns in it, it's not really made for kids.
Pretty much.
But they took it as like, "Oh, you're trying to lure in kids with your use of the Bluey character or whatever." I'm like, dude, you're reaching so hard, your arm's about to pop out of the socket.
Correct.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much.
So I ended up changing to authorized personnel, because when I go into my job every fucking day, that's the sign that I see on the door. It says authorized personnel only. And I was like, oh, that's a good name.
That's it. And it's anonymous. That's so anonymous, it's not even funny. Authorized personnel is everyone has authority to go to that building. That's so anonymous, it's not even crazy.
And that was the idea. And, and I got incognito to delete all my info and shit. And, it was the whole idea that I can work in a government position that I do, where I have stakes here. But at the same time, it's like, I'm not so like in my position that I can like not say what I want to and have repercussions for it. Like I had a video taken down because I told Rax to go make hydrogen gas, like chlorine gas. Like I told him to go mix bleach and ammonia together, and I got my video taken down for that.
Yeah,
wow.
I didn't directly tell him to do it. I said, if you want to fix your skin problems, add a little bit of bleach to the bath water, and then if you're feeling extra spicy, mix a little bit of ammonia in there. And that was what got the thing taken down. And I was just like, I was confused here because it didn't even go through.
Somebody was paying attention. That's what happened.
Yeah. Someone purposely flagged the video and made it to where it couldn't be up. And that was like the first like real strike that I had, where I was like, well, shit, maybe I can't say whatever I want to up here.
That part.
Yeah.
Like I said it in such a troll way too. I was going step by step, because I've had skin problems in the past, and I was hospitalized for it because it was so severe. And that's what they did. They added a little bit of bleach to the bath water, and they Vaselined me up, and they put me in a wetsuit where it's wet pajamas inside of a raincoat, so it's sealing the moisture and all that shit. Like I was giving actual legitimate medical advice, and then I just slipped in like a slight jab where I was like, if you're feeling spicy, add some ammonia to that water. And they were just like, oh, no, you can't have that. I was just like, come on, man. Being spicy one fucking day out of the week, and that's when they fucking get me.
I know, right?
Wow.
It's a rabbit hole. If you want to dive down it, I would just advise you not to just get involved, because there's a term that we have in the community called touching the poop, which is you don't directly involve yourself in the cow shit. Like, you don't directly interact with the cow. You just watch the cow or you make commentary about the cow. You don't directly go to the cow and be like, well, why the fuck are you doing this? But, like, I've only touched the poop on, like, 2 occasions, and that was to get a pedophile fired from a job where he was working with kids. And, you know, the racks where I confronted him about whipping his dick out on stream when people were watching.
Damn.
He also likes to do that. I forgot to mention that. He is a chronic flasher. If he thinks that he can get your channel taken down when he's on panel with you, he will literally just grab the camera, tilt it down, whip his dick out, and start shaking it.
Those are pedophile tendencies.
Yeah, you don't care who's watching.
Pretty much.
Those are pedophile tendencies. Like,
He don't care who's watching.
Someone be an exhibitionist, but
to him, it's about.
Yeah, those are pedophile tendencies.
I'm going to get you taken down no matter what. No matter what I have to do, I'm going to get this taken down. Even if I have to show my junk on stream, I will get this taken down. And the funniest part is, whenever he goes on stream with Marty, Marty's a little bit too quick for him. Marty knows the signs that show that he's about to tilt the camera down and show his junk. So he automatically has the banner pulled up where he blocks the screen. And it's just a failed attempt by Cyrex to get the stream taken down. But it's okay though. His grandma's 70. She's not gonna be around much longer. She's on disability for being hit by a bus back in 2010. So he's gonna be on the streets soon, and we're all gonna break out shots of Hennessy the moment he's underneath the bridge begging for fucking change like a broke ass motherfucker. So wait for the day. Get your shot glasses ready, and you'll be thoroughly surprised at the amount of drinking that takes place.
Wow.
It's one of those, man. It's really one of those.
That's all I got to say about cows. Cows, they can range from age, sex, sexual orientation, location.
Of course.
All around the world, you'll find cows. And that's what I've always said about Cyrex. You'll always find retards on the internet oversharing their fucking life.
That's wild.
Damn.
So if you ever feel like you're oversharing something, you probably are.
Right? If you're feeling conscious about something, your spirit is telling you enough.
Like if you're feeling like, oh, I probably shouldn't have said that. You might want to private.
Said that then.
Yeah. You might want to private the stream or private a video or retract what you said in some way. But locals can't do that. Locals come on the internet as their actual self and expect everybody else to come up as their actual self.
Got you.
I mean, hell, Chance's first account when he made a YouTube account was his literal legal first and last name. It was literally Chance Wilkins. That was the account that he made. It wasn't hard to find where he lived at because, you know, there's only so many Chance Wilkins out there in the world.
Right.
Same with Chris Chan. Come out up here saying your real name, saying your whole thing, and then complaining when the trolls fuck with you, like you're just inviting more people to troll you. That's why whenever I make a video and someone comments like, can you quit pausing the video? Can you just let the video play? Quit commentating? Like, dude, I'm a commentary channel. That's what I do. You should go to the archive channels if you want an archive. I'm not an archive channel. But I don't respond to those messages because it pisses them off even more when I don't respond.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, when I don't respond to their bullshit attempt at trolling me, they get angry. They don't win. I win. I'm the winner here. And they can't realize that.
It's true.
Currently, I'm sitting at 2,164 subs, right? In the past 28 days, 17.4 thousand views and almost 4,000 watch hours.
Wow.
Facts.
That's amazing.
It's a following
And
right there.
and I only started making videos in February last year, and I got the monetization in July, and so far from July to now, I've made about $700 just off of ad revenue, not donations, not people sending me cash apps, not anything like that. Because I don't put things out there like that because I'm not expecting anything from the people except for a view. Because if they watch the video and they don't have premium, they have to sit through an ad. If they sit through an ad, I get the ad revenue from that watch. Like it, the whole like aspect of like there's certain people in the community that are just like, you shouldn't make money off of cows. You shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing that. And then those are the same people that do a live stream and have their Cash App up. I'm like, you're literally asking for donations from your people, whereas I'm having the company of YouTube pay for my shit.
Uh-huh.
Like it doesn't cost the viewers anything to watch the video.
Mm.
And that's like the big split difference here is like when they complain about people posting their cash apps and they come at me for like quote unquote preying on my audience when all I'm doing is literally manipulating YouTube to get money for the videos
Right.
that I like. This isn't my day job. This is a bullshit hobby where I drink beer when I make videos and I get drunk and I say my opinion about the little pedophile that's on the screen. Like there's a complete difference from asking money from your audience and relying on people watching your videos to make money. It's the same as
Yeah.
TV. It's the same
Pardon
as
me.
TV because TVs, like the networks run advertisements in between the episodes of the show. And that's how they make money from the TV shows they run because they have advertisements in between the episodes of the TV show. It's the same shit. It's called CPM. It's the calculated per minute rate you get paid. Currently, mine's at 23. So if I get 1,000 views on a video, I get $23.
Mm.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm glad that I met you, AP. Shoot.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep to myself. Relationship problems and stuff like that just kind of got me down. My number one supporter, who was also my girlfriend, we kind of split up. So I've been trying to find a different motivation to make videos. But other than that, you know, doing my thing.
I mean, I I mean, if you really look at it, I remember when it was a breakup, and I had a little bit of motivation. You know what I did?
What?
Well, I just got myself up to bootstraps and went up and hollered at a lot of Caribbean women. So
See,
I'm not gonna. So I'm just saying that like after a breakup or something like that, because it depends on how deep you had your relationship with this female.
hmm
So
well,
but
Don, the problem, the primary problem for her, the reason why we broke up was
yeah,
already
yeah, I know, I
the
know,
the age gap thing, and
yeah,
um, so we're basically the same person, right? We have the same sense of humor, same like way we approach things, same feelings about everything. But she got this little notion in her head that this is wrong, and she's not a cougar. Even there's like a 10-year age gap, blah blah blah, and that's why we broke up. Right. 28
Yeah.
bodies at almost 26 years old. I've had my fill of women. I'm not
Mhm.
going at it for the sexual aspect of it. I'm going at it
Right.
for this is someone I can relate to, and this is somebody who has their shit together and is actually like experienced life. Like something about women my age is just like they're all the same. They're all loose, they're undecisive, and they just kind of go day by day. I'm looking for stability, and she provided me with that
Mm.
stability. And now that she's not around anymore, I just kind of don't. I don't have that same drive that I
That
used to have.
same, that same vigor. Yeah.
That same stay up till 4 o'clock in the morning editing a video just so I can release it at 8 o'clock the same day.
Mm.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna bow out. It's 2:30 in the morning.
Yo,
I'm feeling
yeah,
fatigued.
yeah.
You know, I got
I
five
hear you.
little ones I deal with over here, so you already know.
What
I hear you, man. But you know what? It was great that you came through, Pete. What up, Blasian? And
Man,
Happy New Year.
it was a pleasure. Pull up. AP, pleasure meeting you. Salute to you and your work, what you do. Guys, you already know my quote. Stay woke, stay vigilant, stay safe. Until next time, us.
See, I
Us.
have a different saying I say at the end of my videos, and it's 3 words: be good people.
That
Yeah.
sounds great.
It's what I always end my videos with: be good people. It's not a hard
I'm
concept.
Yeah.
I'm out, guys. Us.
I'm a us. Yo. I mean, shoot. I mean, I guess I'm red-handed. They have that Chris Chandler lifelong low couch. I'm like, geez.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Chris is a good cow to start off on if you just want to hit like the most ridiculous levels you can possibly get to. But if you're looking for like a more mellow cow, I would say look at Cobra, look at King Cobra JFS, and then
I mean, yeah.
slowly meld into the other cows. Because if you just try to dive head first, that's like trying to dive into concrete thinking it's water.
I mean, the first low couch, to be honest, that I actually saw was JF Cobra, and then when you had that girl, that chick,
Now,
that her name, they should say Joshy. I'm like,
yeah,
what?
now, yeah, and Naked and Laughing, Jessica Boyle.
That joint was funny. She was abusive though, but that joint was funny.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
So, Irby, whose channel do you mean by that comment?
I guess he was talking about Chris Chandler or something like that, or
Chris
Christine
Chan.
Chandler.
So, Chris still has a YouTube channel.
Well, mhm.
He does. It hasn't been taken down at all. It's called CWC. So Quickville Guardian. CWC VILLEGUARDIN. He's got 104,000 subs.
All right, so about Chris Chan and why the heck why did what made him do that to his own moms?
So he was talking to a troll at the time named Bella, and Bella had convinced him that besides the Idea Guys. So like the Idea Guys was an arc that he had where he had a group of trolls talking to him. They were the people that implanted in him that there were alternate dimensions and that there was a universe full of cartoons where all cartoons lived and you could live there too, as long as you did something to get you to that sort of afterlife, right? And when it comes to Chris Chan and all of his comics, he's always had that where even if it's not in the continuity of his comic book, like there will be other cartoon characters that appear and help out in some sort of way. And the Idea Guys had put in his head that this was a real dimension that he could get to, and that he was some sort of like trans-dimensional being. And he was talking to this one troll, Bella, and he told her that one night that he had a dream where he fucked his mom, and she basically encouraged it, and then he actually did it.
Oh,
Yeah, but the thing with Bella is Bella had a past where she had a father who was a government agent of some kind. He worked for either the CIA or FBI or something like that. It was some big agency, and
all right.
she had a past of making other college students either by bullying or tricking them into doing it. But she had like 3 bodies on her hands where she had gotten people to kill themselves.
Wow.
Yeah. And that was
Damn.
her end goal with Chris, was to get him to kill himself.
Wow.
It never ended up happening.
Mm.
Because by the time that he actually fucked his mother and went to jail for it, and she was the one that reported him for fucking his mother, because she figured out that he wasn't going to be one to just outright kill himself. She disappeared from the internet. There was something where she had like animal torture, something like that, where she had like boiled a hamster alive. And
Wow.
she just disappeared off the internet. Digital footprint was like totally, completely gone. And she had embedded in his mind that it was the right thing to do, that it wasn't him that was doing it. It was him from an alternate dimension that was doing it, and that she probably enjoyed it. Like, she was really fucked up. She was really fucked up in the head.
Damn. I mean, shoot.
Her name was Isabella Janke. Janke. And
Wow.
she had a history of doing shit like this. She did that to Chris, and then when he actually did it, she turned him into law enforcement. He got put in jail for 1 year and 7 months. He got out because his mom couldn't testify because she was 80. I think she was 84 at the time. She had dementia and she was fucked up. She couldn't really testify against him. And what the state ended up doing was, since the state of Virginia doesn't have laws that specifically target a child coming after the parent for incest, like, targeting the parent, like fucking their mother, things like that, they had basically made it like instead of making him serve the jail time, because they were gathering all the evidence, he spent 1 year and 7 months in jail. They basically had it like they didn't have enough information to actually put him away. So they put a restraining order against him to where he could never go to his mom's house ever again, even though he was the caretaker of his mom, which put the precipice on the state to where they had to basically put a caregiver for his mom in place of him to get him away from that house. And he got out like last year.
So Christian didn't have brothers or sisters or none of that.
He had a half brother from his dad's side, who was a radio personality for a little while. He had another brother from his mom's side who was never in his life, who was an optometrist. He had a couple siblings, but nobody that was willing to step in for the family and actually do anything about it. Because you got to think, when Chris's mom and dad had him, they were already 45. His father Robert
Um, um, um,
was
I mean that kind of sounds like my story a little bit because my mother
can
was in
can
my dad and my mother were in their early 40s when they had me.
can consider this. You're 45. You have a kid in the 1980s that has severe crippling autism and social problems. He had like 3 years of his life when he was a kid where he didn't talk. He was nonverbal, and his babysitter would lock
Mm,
him in a closet.
mm,
So you have to consider like the time period that you're at, the 80s, where mental health wasn't like a big like thing everybody knew about, where it was like you could have all these disorders.
yeah, that is
So
true.
so instead of like getting him the proper help that he needed, they just kind of said, "Oh, well, they're wrong for doing that. You're not in the wrong, Chris. Your quirky actions, that's not your fault. That's just who you are. That's all their problem. That's their issue." So it instilled within him this sort of narcissistic, like I'm better than everybody else because I'm autistic, and usually autistic people are smarter than everybody else, when that's not the case.
Right,
And
right.
I
The autistic people who are smart, they're called autistic savants, I believe.
usually idiot savants, but in Chris's case, he was so stuck in his childhood, he never grew up. Like he never had like real world experience. He had one job, like it was at McDonald's, I think, and then he quit that job because he just couldn't keep up with it. He was too flustered with everything going on. But when it comes to Chris, he's just had pay pigs, people that felt bad for him, people that sent him money for no fucking reason, people that just do and fund his operations. Like he would, like I said earlier, he was a PlayStation fanboy, right? He would go on the
Hmm.
digital marketplace and buy DLC for games that he didn't even fucking own. Instead of buying
Wow.
the game itself and playing the base content of the game, he wanted to support Sony and buy the DLC for games he didn't even fucking have.
Damn.
So it's not like this boohoo pity me bullshit when he used to do the streams. Like he'd have his mom sign like a blanket or something like that and then sell it on eBay. Like they were that down
Mm,
bad. They were selling personal family shit to get by. And meanwhile, Chris is spending half of that money on like toys and video games while they're struggling to pay the fucking power bill.
damn.
Like it is not a good it is never a good idea for someone that is that mentally retarded to be taking care of someone that is that mentally deficient. Like him as a
Wow.
person being as mentally dented as he was, it's not a good idea for him to be taking care of an 85-year-old woman, especially when he's having like fantasies about fucking her and shit like that.
Yeah. I mean, not for nothing. If my mother would have been alive, she would have been in that age range. But I'm like yo, hey, how old is this dude again?
So he was born in 84, I think. Let me get the stats on that real quick because I don't want to talk out the side of my neck
Uh,
without having actual facts.
like,
So Christian was born in 82. He's 42 years old.
well, you should be 43 this year. You should be making 43, so he is a
February
year older than me.
February 24th, 1982.
So yeah, he is old, year older than me.
Yeah. You know where this all started, right? This whole like big rabbit hole that he fell down where he was like making his own cartoon dimensions and shit like that.
Where did it start?
His senior year project, his art teacher tasked him with making a CD cover. Like you're pretending you're in a band and you got to make a CD cover, so you have to come up with something creative, right?
Right.
So he made a CD cover where he put Sonic the Hedgehog on it and he put Pikachu on it, right?
Hmm.
And the teacher said, "Well, you can't use characters that already exist. You have to do something creative. You have to do something that you made up yourself." So you know what he did?
You combined the two?
Yes. And his
Wow.
father, so I've looked at the military record of his father. His father was a decorated hero. Robert Chandler was a Army veteran. He worked for the Army Corps of Engineers. He built bridges in Korea during the Korean War. He built a whole bunch of like power stations and shit like that, telephone lines, and he basically orchestrated a lot of the bridge construction that the U.S. Army did in Korea during the Korean War. He
Right.
went when he got out of the Army in '53, I think, if I remember correctly. I don't have the documents in front
The
of me.
actual stats. Right.
1953, he came back after serving, he was like 2 years, and he worked for General Electric.
All
He
right.
he worked for General Electric, and he basically revitalized a whole lot of things that they were doing. He had, let me get the numbers here because it's a big number. Uh, so he had 7 patents registered with the U.S. government, right?
Hmm.
So he had several patents assigned to GE involving logic gates and ancient form of engineering from microprocessors, a long line of expired and obsolete patents. So he basically did the electric terminal block US 288613A vehicle logging system for United States government, an infamous shot volume and cushion point control for injection molding, which is basically like early day 3D printing for car parts. Basically, they melt plastic, they put it into a mold, and it becomes like a interior door panel or something like that.
Got you.
He basically invented a lot of things for General Electric when he came back, and then he retired early
Hmm.
because of all the shit that he did. Being a war vet, being a General Electric technician, his experience, it allowed him to retire in like 1973, I think, and
Hmm.
this put into Chris's brain that both of his parents don't work. They don't get up every morning and go to work, right? So he had this in his mind that you can just sit on your ass all day and make money. But what he didn't realize was the money that was being made was being done through pensions because they had already done the work.
Got you.
Chris took that as, oh, you can just live off the government and you don't have to work. You can do whatever you want to. You can bullshit around all day and not do actual work.
Right.
The majority of the patents that he made for the company were
Hmm.
basically royalty free. So the way that it works is usually if you come up with an idea and you patent the idea and the idea takes off, you get like 95% of the income that comes from that idea if other people use that idea, right? But since he was
Mm.
working for General Electric, they got like it was something like 65% of the royalties from it. He only got a small chunk of
Mm-hmm.
change, maybe a bonus at his job for doing that, right? So it
Well.
wasn't this thing where he just like he did this thing and he could just retire off of that one idea. It was he did multiple things and he stayed with the company long enough that he could retire early.
Mm.
It's a hard concept if you don't know how the patent system works, but he designed everything from like funnels to complex vehicle logging systems when it came to like shipment and delivery of products to GE manufacturing plants.
Wow.
So his father was a real smart guy. He used to have a radio show where he would review music. Basically, he would do like old old jazz music on record players. He'd broadcast it from his shed, and he made a shed. It was called like the Dream Lodge or something like that. It was like Chandler and Son Dream Lounge where he'd just sit in there and be on a radio broadcast with his friend and do like music reviews basically where he'd listen to old music on a
Gotcha.
record player and do that. But he never really got any money from that end of it. That was just more of a hobby that he had.
All right. So what happened to his father?
His father died. Um, hold on. His father died in 2011 after a
Mm.
complication uh, with a cardiovascular disease. So he basically had a heart attack.
Gotcha.
Um, so his father dies. Chris finds himself in 2011. So from 82 to 2011, that's 20.
That's like 29.
Yeah, around 30, somewhere around there. And he finds
Yeah.
himself alone with his elderly mother, taking care of her, selling off his father's record collection to make ends meet because he doesn't have a job and his mother has been retired for years and she barely makes enough money to pay the rent.
Gotcha.
So Robert left him a letter. It was like a heartfelt moment. So if I could read a quote here. This is a direct quote from a letter that he wrote to his son right before he died. It says, "The reason for this open letter to you, which will grow as time goes on, is that I know that I, at best, haven't much time left to share with you, particularly to share my things, my dreams, and my thoughts with you at the time in the future when you'll be able to understand and remember to use my things and carry on my dreams if you want to." So he had this whole he had this whole like arc where he realized that he was old as shit and he was dying and he wanted to leave his son something. And the one thing that he left his son was his record collection. They were old vinyls, right? From like the 40s and the 50s.
Well, yeah.
And Chris sold those off to pay the bills.
Oh well. Like, yeah. So, yeah. So since this guy's making YouTube, and I'm talking about the locale, and he has that restraining order against his mother, where does this guy live at now?
Which cow?
Chandler.
Christian?
Yeah.
So he lives in upstate Virginia. His mom lives in Huntington Beach, basically. It's like a southern portion of Virginia. But the,
All
the
right.
thing with Chris is Chris has new handlers, right? They were the people that were
Mm-hmm.
talking to him when he was in jail. They basically made sure that like he didn't write anything crazy in his letters, even though the last letter that he wrote out of jail was literally him proclaiming that he was Jesus Christ, reborn.
Well,
They have this new chick that he's been seen with in public. Her name is Flutter, but everybody in the community has been calling her Cabbage Patch because she's like 5 foot tall and she looks like a little Cabbage Patch doll.
all right.
And she's from Switzerland, and
Mm.
she's been like giving Chris like culture and shit like that, make sure he doesn't go off the rails and like wig out because of the trolls. It's basically like any other locale that has a handler.
Wow. Mm. Well, with Chris Chan, does he at least know how to drive a car?
He does. And him and his mom had an incident with a guy named Michael Schneider. I think it was back in 2002. It was after Bob died, so it had to be either 2012 or 2013. Chris
Right.
used to go to this game store a lot in the mall where they lived at.
Mm-hmm.
And when he would go there, there was the guy that owned the store. His name was Michael Schneider. He had a daughter named Megan Schneider, who Chris was crushing on, and Chris had taken some photos of her that were inappropriate, and Michael had banned him from the game place. He went back there to get unbanned, and then in a fit of rage, he had called Michael Schneider a heartless Jew and stormed out. And then a couple years later, after Bob died, Michael Schneider had chased him out of the game store, threatening to call the cops. And he hit Michael Schneider with his car, with his mom in the front seat. And then when the cops showed up, they switched places. So they both got arrested, and they were like sentenced at the same time, but they were sentenced to community service.
Community service.
Yeah.
Wow.
He straight up hit this motherfucker with his car. And then his mom got in the driver's seat and said that she was the one that hit him. But Michael had testified that it was not Barbara that hit him with the car. It was Chris. So they both went to jail at the same time.
Wow.
There's a viral clip that went out. It was like 2014 or 2015. Chris was in a GameStop, and you know how he like Sonic the Hedgehog is his big thing, right? So a new Sonic video game had came out, and they had colored Sonic's arms blue instead of being like the peach color, right?
Mm.
So he went to his local GameStop with the blue with a marker basically, and he would go to all the game packages, take the game out of the casing, and then color the arms the right color that he thinks they should be. And the GameStop employee was like, "I'm calling the cops. You need to get out of here right now." And then
Right.
there's the famous quote from him where he goes, "Don't call anybody." And then he freaks out, and
Wow.
as the GameStop employee is like bringing the phone up to his ear after he dialed the number, Chris fucking pepper sprayed him.
Wow.
Chris pulled out the pepper spray and fucking pepper sprayed him. and then stormed out.
Dad.
It's unhinged, unchecked mental illness being taken care of by an 80-year-old woman that doesn't know any better. Like at the time when they had Chris, they didn't know about mental illness like they know about it today. They didn't have the resources. They thought just because Chris was doing bad in school, it was because the school was doing something wrong, not Chris. They thought it was always them. They're the problem. It's never the guy that's autistic and can't learn anything about his actions. It's always been the school's doing something wrong. It's always been, oh, well, if they had done this better, if they had done that better. But it's not about that.
Wow.
They just didn't know how to handle the situation, and they fucked up his entire life. They left him with a sense
Pretty much.
they left him with a sense of entitlement that just made it so difficult for him to acclimate to actual real life shit.
Hmm.
Now that I think about it, it might have been a Burger King, not a McDonald's that he worked at.
Mm.
One of the three. It was either a McDonald's, a Wendy's, or a Burger King. I'm leaning towards Wendy's or Burger King right now. I don't know why, but like that. Thinking about it
Yeah.
again, after making those videos where I did a deep dive on his fucking life, that was like 3 hours long of content.
Wow.
But there's so much shit that I haven't even dove into, and it's already fucking 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It's 3 o'clock here. So if anything, we'll talk behind the scenes. So
Yeah,
and
it
I'm
is.
about to wrap this up.
Like I'm like, if there's one thing that I pride myself on is I like information. Like I like knowing stories. It's like for other people this is just like their lives, but to me this is like an
Right.
interesting story to look at. It's not like
Got you.
some sort of like, oh, I'm living day by day. It's like, okay, so on this date he did this, on this date he did this, and I see it as like lore. It's not really a life story. It's more of just like a story to me. That's why I
Got
know
you.
about Cyrax. Why I know a lot about all the cows. You know,
Hmm.
oh man,
And,
it's a fucking crazy world out there, man.
pretty much.
Well, it's good being up here, Don.
Yo, you're welcome anytime, bro. And I could actually say from you talking and everything, I was like, wow. I didn't know that there was so much knowledge of the locale. You actually schooled me on some stuff. I was like, okay, so why this is that? Because I watch AD shows and stuff, but then I'm working and such.
Yeah, there's no
Well,
like real background to the cow, like how they became the way that they are. There's more just what he's doing right now and the stupid things that he talks about.
right.
Some documentary shit.
All right. So before you go, one thing I gotta ask: what separates Brandy and Candy? That why do they have as sisters? Why do they have that enmity between themselves? And they're twins.
So so you're asking like, why does Brandy not like Candy and why does Candy not like Brandy?
Right.
So Brandy for the longest time has been accusing Candy of molesting her daughter.
All right.
And it's her narcissistic need to feel like the better twin, to be in line with her family. That's why when they had the funeral and all, everybody was dogging on Candy at like the house they were staying at in New Orleans.
Hmm.
Because Candy's fucking crazy. And the entire family knows that. But they don't understand that Brandy is the same kind of crazy, just as a different flavor.
Mm.
So take everything Brandy says about her sister at face value, because she can't really prove that. Like if she was really diehard about all this shit that she talks about, everything from like her being hogtied and raped and all this other stuff, there would be police reports. There would be actual physical evidence proving this, but this is just what she's saying up here. You can't take anything she says seriously because half the shit she says is a fucking lie.
Right.
Just something to make her look better.
Hmm. I wonder what her family says when she. I wonder what her family says when she has all those antics with
Half her family
with her
doesn't.
tiaras.
I guarantee you, Ramona doesn't know about the rape allegations against Wyatt.
Wow.
Guarantee you that.
Hmm.
You know why?
So her.
Well,
So Candy has always made. Oh, well, I'm saying that Brandy has always made Candy look like the outcast.
yes, but the thing is that Candy's been on the internet longer than Brandy has.
Hmm.
The whole reason Brandy even started doing YouTube in the first place was because her sister was up here talking trash on her and she wanted to clear her name.
All right.
She had a channel called, it was like Charlize Johnson or something like that, where she was basically just like disproving everything Candy said and talking about her own life story. And then she totally ditched
Mm-hmm.
that channel. And after that, she made her Brandy Stark's
Set
page.
free, hey.
Yeah. After that, she made that. But
All right.
she had a channel previously that had like 10,000 subs on it. And the only reason she had 10,000 subs was because she was getting pissed drunk up here on a live stream, yelling, screaming, and ranting about stupid bullshit nobody cared about. And the only reason people watched her was for the crash outs. It wasn't anything like, oh, she's giving good life wisdom or she's actually helping people up here. It was, let's watch this dumbass drink herself into oblivion. And that's all it's ever fucking been.
Yeah.
And that one lady that came up on the panel that one time, right?
Mm-hmm.
She came up as Peanut Butter Lover, right?
Right.
This was when Brandy was talking about when she was raped in the military, right? And
Right.
she came up as Peanut Butter Lover, and she's like, "Well, I served with Brandy in the Air Force, and she lived with my brother while she was in the Air Force. After she got out of the Air Force, and I stopped and I paused for a second. I said, "What's your brother's name?" And she goes, "Well, it starts with a J." And then, not even 20 minutes later, she's over there talking to Brandy about her brother Jamel that supposedly raped her in the military.
Wow.
I fucking called it. That was the reason why we asked the important questions. Because I said, well, if you served in the military and you said that your brother had Brandy living with her, he might be someone that's on her list of people that raped her. And guess what? He fucking was. It's the hard hitting questions that you have to ask to get actual answers out of people like this. Because if you sit up here and you just take everything they say at face value, you're not going to get anywhere because they don't tell the truth. You did, Don?
I see.
I fucking called it because I said, "Oh, what's your brother's name?" And she's like, "Oh, it starts with a J." I was like, And then not only 20 minutes later, she calls Brandy on the phone, and Brandy answers the call on live stream, talking about her brother Jamel, who raped her in the military. Right? We didn't know who the fuck that was. That was some random lady that came up there to say she served with Brandy in the military, and her brother made her live with her, and like. This is the difference between what AD does and what Brandy does. See, with AD, at least we get actual answers. We get answers to questions that we have, and it's not like something where we have to come up here and fabricate things. We do the investigative part so other people don't fucking have to. We ask the hard hitting
I mean,
questions.
I mean, I wish that some of my haters did their investigation and stuff. I said what I had to say. They go around and they'll tell me that I'm not. They're trying to use what is that term called? They try to gaslight me and everything like that. And I've been on my own. I've been on my own 10 toes saying what I am, and it's to the point that a lot of stories that I'm seeing now, I'm saying like with AD and stuff, has gotten me mentally strong because a lot of these dudes, and a lot of these dudes, I guess from my former sector, the Latino sector, there's a lot of racists around there, and the racists right there is like they think that what they're doing, that they're being pro Trump, they're doing this and the third, and they're going around doxing people that has a different opinion of them and fabricating lies and getting law enforcement involved. I'm like, it's something that I don't really respect. And they were doing all of that on TikTok. That's why, me personally, I don't care about the TikTok ban because before TikTok got famous and everything like that, I wasn't really using it until like maybe 2022 or something like that.
I honestly can't stand TikTok. It's brain rot, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's
I
the
mean, the only thing I looked at TikTok was like, okay, like when it was building and when it talked about something that had to do with education. But as far as all the other stuff and the people arguing, well, in my case, they're talking about Dominicans versus other people and everything like that. That's the brain rot. I was like, man, that's why I didn't even go and make lives and everything like that because yeah, people who was actually watching me, so therefore they could actually go back to their cult leader and try to get me and try to frame me or use my voice in AI, so therefore they could go and call Trump Towers. Yeah, I said it. So that's how it is, and they probably might be looking at my screen right now. That's why I'm glad that TikTok's
uh,
gonna tell you the truth.
e- each each community, regardless of what side of YouTube, what platform they're on, they all have their rotten eggs that they fabricate things, right?
Yeah.
That's the only props that I'll give to that side of the Cyrex community that go after people for no reason. It's like they go after people, but at least when they go after people, they have actual evidence that there's something that might be a little weird or a little sus. Like there was one guy recently that got doxxed, and they doxed him for being in a NSFW like 18 plus furry server. Like he was a
All
furry,
right.
and they went after him for being a furry. Like I
All
understand
right.
like
So
weird sexual proclivities. I understand like going after somebody for being a weirdo, but doxing him to the point to where he literally ended up in a psychiatric ward because he tried to kill himself, that's a little bit too far.
yeah, but what is the furry again? Like, is it like a type of anime or?
So furries are people that dress up like animals, and depending on what kind of furry they are, it could be like a sexual fetish, but other people just
All right.
like it depends on who you talk to because the definition changes so fucking often that it's not even funny. The the furry side is like usually people that dress up and pretend to be animals. So they dress up in like a fox
All right.
costume or like a bear costume or something like that. And then there are the other people that do it for the sexual side of it, where it's just like, you know, they have like built-in flaps to access their back ends and stuff like that.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
weird shit like that, right? But when it came to this guy, right? He was in the NSFW server, right? And to be in the
Right.
server, you had to supply an ID. He supplied an ID to the person who was the admin of the server, and that person gave over his ID to the people that were coming after him. So they had his address, they had his face, they had his name, they had everything about him because of his ID that he submitted for an 18 plus server.
All right.
Which I might add, if you're gonna go after somebody for being an 18 plus server, like why would you go after somebody for being in that server if there was nothing suspect going on besides some weird sexual shit? Like if it
I mean,
if it doesn't involve minors, like I understand like the bestiality shit, like there's a level of it where you could say, oh, like dressing up like a fox and trying to get yourself fucked by somebody, that's kind of bestiality because you're pretending that you're a fox. But like what he was into was the reason it was NSFW was because there were some people in the community that were into that type of shit and they would post artwork in there. That's how you got into the server, was you had to supply an ID to prove that you were over 18, to prove that there were no fucking kids in the server. So I don't understand this aspect where they compare like furries to pedophiles, because it's like it's a sexual degeneracy, but it's not at the level of where you're trying to involve things that are like taboo. Like you're not involving animals in it unless you're on that side where you're trying to, get fucked as a fox. Like it's fucking stupid. They reach so hard sometimes. Like I said earlier, like the whole like I used a cartoon character as a profile picture about killing pedophiles, and they reached to that and they said I was a pedophile for trying to use a cartoon character. Like if they reach hard enough, eventually they try to find something to get stuck to, but it doesn't work. And that was the majority of the reason they came after me. And when they came after me and they realized that I wasn't really talking shit on anybody, I wasn't like causing problems, they got off of me real fucking quick because they realized I wasn't a fucking weirdo. They just realized it was a weird profile choice.
right.
Like the whole point of it, like the profile picture was killing pedophiles, like ending pedophiles. Like, and when it came to like things like that, and I had an artist that was a really good digital artist that could draw real well and do the same exact art style as what that cartoon was, they kind of got a little hair up their ass about it. And they were like, oh, you got a guy that's drawing this for you, he's probably a pedophile too, blah 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 blah. I'm just like, dude, why would I cover someone like Cyrax if I was someone that was like Cyrax?
Exactly.
Like I would be staying away if I was that type of degenerate. But that's the whole issue. It's like I'm extremely vanilla. I'm as white as you can possibly fucking get. And it's not like I'm some sort of fucking degenerate. I just have a sort of dark humor when it comes to the way that I make jokes, right? Like with the whole Tierra like loose butthole joke, right? That Brandy got mad about.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. It was fucking hilarious. She didn't like it. I was like, it's a joke. You can tell when I'm joking because it's something absurd, like saying that she had a loose asshole because she had anal sex when she was a teenager. Like that whole like blame AP. After I made that joke and Tira's grandpa's truck caught on fire, who's the boogeyman here? Me. I'm the boogeyman all of a sudden. I'm seal hitter. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. When the truth and the fact is, I haven't even trolled Brandy in like 4 fucking months, dog. I haven't touched Brandy. I haven't done anything with Brandy. She's fucking boring to me now.
Got you.
Like if I wanted to be her boogeyman, I would fucking make it known that it was me doing it.
Right.
The same way if you go to legacy.com and you look up Wyatt Chantel Grand Prix, you see a picture of fucking Cyrax.
Yeah.
You see a picture of Cyrax on his fucking obituary. You know why? Because I fucking posted it on there. There were 3 other fucking posts on the other one that was from the funeral home that hosted Wyatt's funeral that were from me that were fucking hilarious that I did on 9/11. I guess I'm Osama bin Laden here because I crashed her Twin Towers. But like the thought here that I am just doing things behind the scene and fucking around with her, it is ridiculous.
Pretty much.
I'm an adult. I have a job. I go through. Like, it's the reason I get on 80s panel after 6 p.m. because that's when I get off work. Something she
Yeah.
doesn't know anything about.
Mm-mm.
I don't have time to fuck with some fat black lesbian in Georgia when I'm like 7 states away. Like, go fuck yourself.
Basically. Yo.
She acts like I was out there fucking selling crack in the streets of Chicago in 1980. Like, you fucking she I'm the boogeyman to her for no fucking reason, only because she put it in her fucking mind that I'm the fucking boogeyman.
Yeah. That part. Well, AP, it was nice talking to you. I'll do another stream on Tuesday, so and then I have my Wednesday on the martial arts, so you're always welcome on my channel, bro.
I'll be around.
All right, thank you.
Good shit, buddy. Good shit.
Yep.
Solid conversation. We were from talking about tech, talking about locales, talking about relationships, talking about locales, talking about deep lore,
Yep.
diversify the content a little bit.
Yeah. Exactly.
Give a little bit to everybody.
Yep.
I'll see you later, Don.
All right, see you later too, AP.
I'll always be on Instagram. Just hit me up if you got a question.
Got you.